Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to you all. We are delighted to welcome you all to the International Virtual Conference on Transdisciplinary Research and Innovation for Entrepreneurship in Sustainability, TRICE 2021. The UGC Stride Component 1 Capacity Building of Young Talent in Transdisciplinary Research for the Sustainable Development of Society, along with Holy Cross Incubation and Innovation Council, is proud to inaugurate this 3-day international virtual conference. The main objective of this conference is to bring together academicians, researchers, business entrepreneurs, and innovators to emphasize the importance of transdisciplinary research for and with society, and to create transdisciplinary networks to innovate sustainable solutions for the existing problems which is affecting our economy, environment, climate, biodiversity, health, and human well-being. Let us all learn and work together to create a better tomorrow for us and for our future generation. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Crescenta Shakila Mota.
Yes, ma'am. Every good deed and blessing spring forth from the hand of the Lord Almighty. We therefore beseech God's grace and blessings through this prayer song by our dear students.
Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. To see you high and lifted up, shining in the light of your glory. Pour out your power and love as we sing holy, holy, holy. To see you high and lifted up, shining in the light of your glory. Pour out your power and love as we sing holy, holy, holy. We cry holy, holy, holy. I want to see you. I want to see you.
Welcome the challenges and all experiences. Look for the opportunities in every situation to learn and grow in wisdom. We never know which one is going to turn on everything. I kindly request Dr. Sheila Christopher, Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of Rehabilitation Science, and the STRIDE Project Coordinator, Holy Cross College, to welcome the speaker.
Good morning, everybody. By God's grace, we are here in yet another virtual international platform for 3 days of invigorating talks, presentations on transdisciplinary research across the globe, highlighting the importance of innovation and sustainability. This conference, part of the UGC STRIDE project. STRIDE stands for Scheme for Transdisciplinary Research for India's Developing Economy, a UGC project that has been granted to our institution, and we are very honored to conduct this TRICE 21, Transdisciplinary Research in Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Conference for 3 days. We have 19 eminent resource persons who have accepted to be invited speakers who will be presenting their lectures through these 3 days. We also have chosen 25 research papers for presentation on 2 days. At the outset, I extend a cordial welcome to Professor Greg Foliente, Department of Infrastructure Engineering and Deputy Director for Center for Disaster Management and Public Safety, University of Melbourne, who has joined us to present his lecture today on a very interesting topic, Sustainable Futures Through Stresses and Shocks, the critical roles of research and innovation and entrepreneurship and collaboration. A very versatile personality, a multifaceted person with a rich experience, and I'm sure his lecture as the inaugural lecture for these 3 days will be really invigorating to all our participants. I also see the presence of Dr. David Wilson, who will be joining us on the 3rd day. Dr. David Wilson, who belongs to the Industry Relationships, Infrastructure Engineering, the Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology from the University of Melbourne. Welcome you, Professor Greg Foliente and Dr. David Wilson. A hearty welcome to all the other speakers, Dr. Christopher Abraham, Professor Dr. K. Sudesh Kumar, Professor N. Rajendran, Dr. Vijay Shankar, Mr. Simon Burkett, and Dr. Asma, who will be joining us during the course of today's conference. I welcome all our teachers, professors who have joined from across the globe, students and scholars also from across the globe who are here with us to listen to Professor Greg's invited lecture. I extend a cordial welcome to all those who will be joining us later also. Without taking much time, I hand over the session to Dr. Crescenta Shakila, who will give a detailed introduction of Professor Greg before handing over the section to Dr. Greg. Welcome, Dr. Greg, and all the others. Have a wonderful time. Thank you.
It's a moment of great privilege and honor for me to extend a hearty welcome to all of you today and introduce Professor Greg Foliente to deliver his keynote address on Sustainable Futures Through Stresses and Shocks, the critical roles of research and innovation and entrepreneurship and collaboration. Realizing sustainable futures requires new and integrative solution to addressing the interacting global environmental challenges. This session by Professor Greg Foliente brings together the unique depth and breadth of internationally leading research which would enlighten us on the integrated and truly sustainable solutions to urgent environmental challenges. Professor Greg Foliente hails from the University of Melbourne, Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology, and is the Deputy Director of the Center for Disaster Management and Public Safety. He leads interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research, education, consulting, and collaborative initiatives that advance innovation in the built environment, energy, urban systems, and disaster management sectors, with the primary focus towards improved sustainability, livability, and resilience. His knowledge, expertise, and interests span the full life cycle of knowledge development, from academic research to applied R&D and the translation into practice, policy, and standards, and commercialization. Professor Foliente has served for over 20 years at Australia's National Science Agency, the CSIRO. He also had previous visiting appointments in overseas research institutions in Asia, Europe, and the US. To his credit, Professor has led the delivery of high-impact projects, including those undertaken with industry, UN agencies, and various Australian federal departments and state agencies, and managed high-performing teams over the years, supervising and mentoring early career researchers and postgraduate students from around the world. Professor Foliante received his PhD and 2 MSc degrees at Virginia Technical Institute in the US. He also completed several advanced leadership and management programs in Australia and with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Executive Education in the US. He is a recipient of many international awards, including the prestigious James Prose Medal from the American Society of Civil Engineers. In fact, we are all enthralled with awe to have such an experienced and capable speaker amidst us. Over to Professor Greg Foliante.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Yes, so thank you for your kind introduction and also for the wonderful song. That's one of my favorite worship songs. So I'll go straight to my presentation. But before I do, I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which I give this presentation in Australia, which is the Wurundjeri country of the Kulin Nation. And I pay respect to the elders of the land, past, present, and emerging. I will now share my PowerPoint presentation. The presentation has many slides, but I would go through by telling the story and just use them as visual cues. You will you can access a copy of my presentation through the organizers. So when I've launched this, we'll see. Okay, I trust that you can see my slides now.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I will talk about sustainable futures, research and innovation, and entrepreneurship and collaboration. This photo I have in my front slide is from my garden. So as you can see, we are the start of spring season. So it's a beautiful day in Melbourne today. The question is a sustainable future possible, especially when there are lots of disasters and shocks and extreme events? So we will answer this question, but the point we'd like to highlight is that to be able to move towards a sustainable future, we need research and innovation, and also entrepreneurship and collaboration. These are critically needed. So I'll give my presentation highlighting these 3 topics. First, we'll start with sustainable futures. When we talk about future, it's always difficult to envisage what might be. But we still need to be able to project it. As the author of Alice in Wonderland once said, Lewis Carroll, if you do not know where you are going, any road will get you there. So it's worthwhile to be able to project the kind of future we want. And when we think about sustainable futures, the United Nations and the member nations set our sights in this Agenda 2030 that's internationally known as the Sustainable Development Goals. There's 17 of them on all aspects of life and society and industry that touch all of our lives. But thinking about the first principles of sustainability, I go to one of the statements in the headquarters of BMW Munich in Germany. In one of their walls, they say that sustainability is not just a goal to be attained. It's actually a mindset that knows no beginning and no end. So you can think of it as a forever goal. You always try to meet it, but you never quite get to there. So you only get closer. So that's the first principles of sustainability, is to have this balance, homeostasis balanced environment in which the exploitation of resources around us, the direction of investments, and the orientation of technological development and institutional change are in harmony to enhance both the current and potential to meet human needs and aspirations. It was developed further in terms of its organizing principles through that famous United Nations document that defines sustainable development as balancing the needs of the present with those from the future. But the concept of sustainable development is also viewed as paradoxical, that meaning that most people think the development is inherently unsustainable. Nonetheless, we can use the frameworks of sustainable development or the organizing principle around it, which is balancing development on one end and sustainability on the other. So coming down from this first principles concept above to an organizing principle of sustainability, there's always a question of how do we implement and monitor these things. So that's when we break them down into a set of goals and performance indicators or measures and targets. So this is the implementation framework from which we then apply the kind of framework that is presented, for example, by the SDGs. The SDGs were developed in terms of nations, a reporting by nations, so that together we can see how each nation is going towards this framework around sustainability. In other physical assets and forms like the built environment, there are many other of these implementation framework and rating and assessment systems, like in infrastructure and buildings. That in India, for example, there are several of these for buildings and infrastructure. So we go back again to the first principles of what our society wants. So you can look at this in time in the x-axis and y-axis the sustainability potential. In the future, we would like to be able to transition, again, now using the implementation framework of the SDGs, a future where we are approaching the objectives and the targets that were set in the SDG. And we may be successful, we don't know, but assuming that we progressively improve towards those goals, the problem in this normal successful process is that it may take too long and it may be too late because other things may have happened that crunches the livability of the planet. And so it becomes this path 3. It's normal successful without disturbance, without these stresses and shocks. But we know that in reality, there's a lot of these stresses and shocks. And in path 1 and path 2, you can see here that if we are not able to recover quickly, it takes a long, long time. And so what we really needed is a path where we have these successive tipping points, this accelerated development, and be able to get back from these shocks and stresses so that we can reach these goals sooner rather than later when it's too late. So that's the general concept. But the problem, of course, is that in any system, in here I illustrate with any system. So it can be the healthcare system, or it can be the infrastructure system in your city or country. So let's say that it has this normalized performance of 1 or 100%. An event, extreme event happens, and if your system has been designed to absorb it without failure, then we say that this system is robust. So it's able to resist. But there's always an extreme event that is strong enough to break the system, to fail the system. And that's the reason why we would like to focus on some of these extreme events. Example of this, for example, in Australia was when we had the cyclone Trichy in 1974 with extreme winds that wiped the city of Darwin in 1974. And when we look at the wind history of Darwin at the time, before the event, they were at this level, very low. And then at the event, there was this one peak of the wind. And after that, years and decades after that, they're low again. So this is an unexpected event. It's out of the ordinary, which is classified as a black swan. So this, you may be very familiar with this concept, which is just the concept of this very highly improbable or unexpected event. Nassim Taleb made this concept popular, especially with the global financial crisis in 2008 in the United States and around the world. And another example of a black swan is not just a historical extreme, but also in Melbourne, at least, an event that's not happened before to this extent, anyway, or this nature, which was called the thunderstorm asthma, which happened in 2016, where many people got hospitalized because of the pollen overload during the spring season in Melbourne, and many people got hospitalized. That's the reason why at the Center for Disaster Management Public Safety, we study and research these extreme events. And there are these 5 priority topics, from understanding extreme events to number 5, which is enhancing policy and decision making. And you can map all of them towards sustainable development goals, for example. What kind of activity contribute towards the sustainable futures. And so we need to look at both of them because, as I said, it's difficult enough to meet the sustainable development goals by itself. But when there is a setback, it makes it harder. So it's like, even if you improve towards sustainable development goals, it's 1 step forward. But whenever you have a disaster, you're 2 steps back. And so if you're always 1 step forward and you get always 2 steps back, you'll never move forward because you're always behind. And so you have to identify the kinds of stresses and shocks. And these are some of the extreme events, from earthquake and terrorist attack to tsunami and hurricane and flood, sea level rise, cyber attack, which is a short duration, but also no warning. So the x-axis here is the time of warning that you have, and the y-axis is the duration of the event. And so you can map some of these shocks and stresses. And slow-acting chronic stress, like just the overpopulation over time that creates stress to the public health system and the traffic and congestion and so on, would be in that category of this slow-acting chronic stress. And then, of course, we have pandemics as well now on top of this. And these different disasters have different levels of uncertainties. And that's why they're very difficult to deal with. And that's why we need to understand them more and more. Apart from that, these hazards are also evolving. An example of this in Australia is the Bushfire Hazard, which I show you in this map. So if there's a red dot, that means the hazard is very high on a 1,000-year return period. But in the future scenarios of climate change in 2100, here's an example of what it could be, as done by my colleagues at the National Science Agency. So you can see that there are more places, and we can see that now in the news, both in Australia, or in other parts of the world, in Europe, in the last summer, but also in US and Canada. And then, of course, there's the issues of perfect storms. A perfect storm is an event in which a rare combination of circumstances drastically aggravate the event. And so we see more of this type of little things that line up and together cause a lot of problem. And as I said before, we now have this one disaster or shock after another. In Australia alone, we had droughts, fires, cyclones, hailstorms, and a pandemic in 1 quarter of the year, in the same time period almost. In different parts of the country, yes, but it's all happening. And we saw that again as well in North America. And of course in Europe with the flooding in Germany, but also this year, and the fires in Turkey and Greece as an example. And so the point I'm making is that we cannot just look towards sustainable development goals and sustainability without also looking at the things that set us back, and which is mostly these shocks and stresses, extreme events and natural hazards. And that's the reason why we map our research, for example, in disaster resilience and risk to all the SDGs. And you can see this here in this diagram, for example. that if we work on this understanding and mitigating extreme events and critical incidents in our research, we have this very, very strong, when the line is thick, that means a strong contribution to those SDGs and to those targets. And you can see that working in understanding hazards in this example contributes to many of the SDGs and many that are very, very strong relationship. And so we can map these things and work towards systems that are resilient. And so our resilient system is a system that it may fail for a short period of time when one of these extreme events happen, but it's able to bounce back. So the concept of the resilience, whatever level, whether it's system or individual, is that the system is able to bounce back. But obviously, there's some events that will not allow a system to bounce back, bounce not, or bounce fail, or it can bounce back, bounce less than before, or bounce more than before. So obviously, what we're really interested in is that we bounce plus, at least bounce back, but if possible, bounce plus, so that after the event, you can return, not only return, but improve your situation. And so if it's like this kind of response, then the progress towards these aspirational sustainable development goals will be much better. So that's the concept of dealing with this disaster resilience, because failure of a system has a physical implication, economic implication, social implication, and environmental implication, which are the pillars of sustainability. And even a specific physical system failure will have implications on many services in society, like transport, like buildings, energy, or water. And even if we take an example of failure of buildings alone, it has all these cascading failure or effects that follow another and follow another. And when, for example, in an interlinked, interdependent system, like in a city, as we've seen before, if the energy system fails, it has effect on water supply, on communications, on mobility and shelter, for example. And when that fails, it has this additional contribution to losses in the domains of economics, social factors, and environmental. And that's the reason why we have to deal with these shocks and stresses, because it has a lot of consequences to other aspects of life and services. There are also direct disaster losses, not to mention people who are killed in the last, between 2000 and 2012, the UN has recorded 1.2 million people killed from natural disasters, and nearly 3 billion people affected, and nearly 2 trillion US dollars of damage. So that's why it's difficult to get back when you hit by disaster towards sustainable development goals, because the setback can be too strong. And that's the reason why we mapped all the kinds of research we can do. These are the 5 research priorities in disaster management and how they contribute to all the 17 development goals. We prepared a report on this that's available on the University of Melbourne CDMPS website. And so if we don't change anything, we fall into this category of stupidity, which is someone defined as doing exactly the same thing each time, then expecting a different result. So if we don't change things, how can we expect to find a different result, right? So the idea is, therefore, we need research and innovation to make those changes possible, allows those tipping points that allow us to progress towards SDGs faster, but also to bounce back from these shocks and stresses. And when we talk about research, the idea is really to facilitate innovation. And innovation is also a mindset. So as sustainability is a mindset, so is innovation of a better way of doing things. And again, we look forward to what can be done to fill in those weaknesses. The classic, one of the classic definitions was by Rogers in 1995 of innovation being an idea, practice, or object that is perceived as new by an individual or other unit of adoption. And this, the key here is the term unit of adoption, because yes, it can be adopted by an individual, but it has a limited scope of impact at the individual level alone. And yes, the individual can introduce innovation into a project, and the project can adopt that on a project by project basis. But when it moves to an organization, it becomes a way of doing things and becomes systematized in the organization. And when there's enough of these organizations in an industry sector or society, then the society becomes innovative as well. And so these levels of innovation by unit of adoption is very important. Unfortunately, the progression of this adoption and diffusion is quite difficult as you move down to organizational and industry and societal level. It's much more difficult to do. It's easier at individual level, much more difficult at industry organization, but it's more worthwhile because the impact, the effectiveness, and the sustainability of that innovation is supported at this higher level of societal organization. And therefore, when you have that, you can generate a lot of this innovation across the landscape. The knowledge development maturity curve, known as the S curve, has this time in the Y x-axis and knowledge level in the y-axis. And most of the things we would do as researchers and academics and PhD thesis or master's projects would be in the low end of the S curve, the ideas that are nascent or emerging. And of course, as these kind of ideas become a little bit more mature, we can start doing R&D and development of these that can get demonstrated and delivered with our partners, for example, in different aspects of industry, society, and government. And so this is the S curve, what I call the RD&D spectrum, from research development to delivery and demonstration. In terms of different types of research, there's the well-known pastures quadrant, different types of research you can do. Obviously, you'd like to avoid the low consideration of use and the low fundamental science component, what's called the common man quadrant, because it has low scientific impact and value. So why bother? The main thing is to maximize your impact of your work. Now, there are research topics or approaches that's called the Bohr quadrant, after the scientist Bohr, which has this high scientific difficulty, but very low application in the beginning. There are many things that are done like this, like in physics, especially in astrophysics as an example. But eventually, sometimes then they get developed and used for many other kinds of applications. But that wasn't the motivation for this type of research. It's really just seeking greater understanding of things that are very difficult. And then, of course, there are this quadrant that has high application with a lower level of fundamental understanding, like some of the things that Thomas Edison and his team did during their time, which is more in the invention category. But then there's this what's called the pastures quadrant, where there's a high level of application with high level of fundamental understanding. And so you can do research and innovate in all these boxes. But the idea, of course, is you'd like to have some high either application or high fundamental understanding, or both, the pastures quadrant. Sustainability, when it was presented in the Proceedings of National Academy of Science by Bill Clark, one of the associate editors of the journal, defined it like this. It's like it's room of its own. It's outside pastures quadrant. It's important that it cannot be put in the box of these four categories. It's outside from the pastures quadrant. And he said that sustainability science research is ambitious, and it's seeking to support the integrative task of managing particular places where multiple efforts to meet multiple human needs interact with multiple life support systems in highly complex and often unexpected ways. So this is like a combination of all these words that says it's so difficult, you might as well give up. But researchers being researchers, of course, it becomes a challenge to contribute towards this very complex science. And that's the reason why it's very high impact, but also high complexity. And that's why Bill Clark categorized this as outside the pastures quadrant. So that tells us the challenge of doing sustainability science and the requirement that it's got to be interdisciplinary, and no specific discipline can crack problems in sustainability. Now I'll leave it to there for now and move quickly to the entrepreneurship and collaboration. So if you look at your Wikipedia, it says entrepreneurship is the process of designing, launching, and running a new business. So that's what we sort of know very well. And when we talk about entrepreneurs, we think of the people that are most famous and that you see all the time in the news. And I'm sure you have many of these in India as well, in other parts of the world. But when we look further down, it talks about, the Wikipedia talks about entrepreneurial spirit and entrepreneurial behavior, which can be applied in different contexts, not just these new businesses, but also in small, medium, and large firms, in established for-profit, not-for-profit organizations, including voluntary sector groups, charitable organizations, and government, which means that you can be an entrepreneur wherever you are and whatever you do. And so entrepreneurial spirit is a better term and concept to embrace, in my view. And there's no one size for this, which means that you can have this entrepreneurial spirit, whatever you do and wherever you are in society. And wherever you are as well in this maturity curve that I showed earlier, whether you're doing your PhD or master's thesis, or you are in research and development, or in delivery and demonstration, there's opportunity for innovation, risk-taking, and entrepreneurial spirit across the spectrum. And even if you're on the mature side of this, you can see that you can reinvent that part and launch new things from old things, for example. And that is the entrepreneurial spirit, which can be, when you have that kind of spirit, it can be done again and again, wherever you are. And so there are four things, I'll go very quickly, that are, to me, in my reflections, are key. One is thinking differently. That is important. The second thing is bouncing back better, as this is talking about individual resilience now, as opposed to system resilience I talk about. Teaming up, or being part of a team, or getting support, and then giving back. So four things that characterize entrepreneurial spirit. First, thinking differently. So in university research, Nature journal surveyed academics and around the world and asked them, which faculty you think entrepreneurship is more conducive to? And of course, everyone has this bias against, IT, right? Computer and engineering and biomedical, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at the world record of the entrepreneurs around the world, the top 12 entrepreneur of all time is Oprah, the American celebrity and TV show host. So she breaks the mold, which again points to the fact that anyone can be an entrepreneur. You don't need to be in IT to be an entrepreneur. You don't need to be in biomedical life sciences to be an entrepreneur. That's the idea. And in fact, once you have that kind of concept, then it's not now a matter of gaining skills. And so, for example, in doing research, whether you're doing a PhD research or master's research, the scientific approach can be repeated to many different types of problems, whether it's your research, a thesis, or any other problems in the community or in government or industry. And the design sciences field called it design thinking. But this is actually almost exactly the same as the scientific approach. You know, these phases that are here on the slide, these are well-known steps in research and scientific approach. But design thinking has also started to claim them. And nonetheless, the point is that these are important universal skills that we should, especially researchers and academics, should take to heart and apply to many areas of life. There's a lot of let's say, anxiety about the future of work. This is true worldwide. I'm not sure in India how much people worry about the future of work. And there's lots and lots of books and things you can read about this. But I'd like to think more not to worry about the future of work and focus on the future of skills. Yeah, so you look at the skills that are required rather than work, because the application of these skills skills are generic and the applications can be multifaceted and rich. And so this is part of thinking differently. When Walter Isaacson, the famous American author, looked at the life of Leonardo, what made Leonardo da Vinci a genius? National Geographic talked about this. And essentially, the bottom line, they said he was interested in everything. He read everything, not just the field. And you can see that his contributions across many areas. But even when you look at the more modern people that Isaacson also focused on, like Albert Einstein in the last century and Steve Jobs in our lifetime, they have similar broad interest beyond the area where they actually made contributions in society and industry. And that's interesting that this breadth of interest and understanding of things is important. So the breadth and the depth, obviously, you have to go deep in certain things as well to be able to make that contribution. So the second is bouncing back better. We talked about system resilience before. Now we're talking about individual resilience, the resilience of a person. And so a famous venture capital personality in North America is Fred Wilson. And one of his early ventures failed, the Flatiron Partners failure. And he said about that failure, he said, making big mistakes is good for you. Failure is favorable if you take the time to learn from it. I am who I am because of the failure of that venture, Flatiron. And he's one of the most respected venture capital personalities in the US. And of course, Steve Jobs himself, in one of the most famous commencement addresses that you can find on YouTube in Stanford in 2005, he said when he was kicked out of Apple, on reflection at this time in 2005, he said the turn of events at Apple had not changed that one bit. I had been rejected, but I was still in love. And so I decided to start over. He started the company called Next. But he felt very sore at the time. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me, he said. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again. Less sure about everything, it freed me to enter one of the most creative periods of my life. Yeah, so the ability to be able to bounce back from personal issues, stresses, and shocks. And of course, teaming up, the innovation cycle is long and arduous. So if you're an entrepreneur, this is a curve that many people who did PhD can probably also feel like they've been in this journey. You know, this up and down of the feelings, and then you feel desperate. You hit the bottom, the trough of disillusionment, only to be able to get up and finally finish your PhD or your research. But innovation cycle is like this, and it goes up and down. And so the idea, it's a hard travel. And so, but if you have support system and or a team, that is very, very important. In the study of high performing teams, the top characteristics of these best teams, high performing teams, are soft characteristics of trust, cooperation, clarity of purpose, and so on. But trust is the top. And so it's a big challenge to be able to nurture, establish, and these high performing, high impact teams. And the concept of team, of course, is that if there are two of you, you are able to do more. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. 1 + 1 = 3. Because if it's less than 2, that means you're just you're not a team, right? And you're very effective if it's more than 3. If 1 + 1 is greater than 3, and you are high impact if you're much more than 3. When the team is able to do high impact outputs and serial innovation. And one of my colleagues at CSRO here in the picture, Dr. Robert Lester, was awarded the equivalent of the Nobel Prize in his field by the King of Sweden. And he was part of our team. So I've had the opportunity to be part of this high impact, high performing team, serial innovators and high impact outputs. Finally, giving back. And this is very important. It was Einstein who said, try not to become a man or a woman of success, but rather try to become a man or a woman of value. And one of the people that we know quite well was, of course, Bill Gates. When he was not very popular in the 1980s and 1990s because of the dominance of Microsoft and the brutality of the way he ran and dominated the market. But in retirement, setting up for example, the Gates Foundation and spending his money to help people from all over the world. That was magnificent, right? Giving back. And one of our unicorns of startups in Australia called Canva, you may have heard of them. They're now the biggest, one of the biggest companies for such a young company, Canva. And they're giving $1 billion also with this young 20-something, 30-something graduates of our university here to charity also and worthwhile causes. And then, of course, there are opportunities of social enterprises, which are doing business for the good of the people and the planet, social and economic good. And so we have a lot of these examples in Australia, and these are some of the examples in my hometown of Melbourne. And one of the things that I like being back in the university and mentoring and supervising students is that these are the new generation who will continue on and achieve some of those goals. So this is my student from China who spent a year working with me. And on his return, he told me that they have a saying in Chinese, a teacher for a day, a father for life. And I love that quote. And I hope those of you who are academics who are mentoring and supervising students and teaching would also get that kind level of appreciation. So in closing, you have this, they're really not separate concepts. They are overlapping. Sustainable futures should be underpinned by research and innovation and entrepreneurship and collaboration on one hand. On the other hand, you can look at it as saying that when you do research or you do entrepreneurship, you should contribute to sustainable futures. And the important thing here to make an impact is this SDG 17, which is Partnership for the Goals, the SDG goals. So there's this concept of 6 degrees of separation, which was established in the 1960s by a Harvard professor. And this work by Duncan Watts in Cornell some 20 years ago is now talk about 6 degrees of connectedness. He got his PhD on this topic. So we can turn these six degrees of separation to 6 degrees of collaboration to achieve the SDGs. The Mail in the UK, it's a tabloid, highlighted the research from Microsoft that said that the six degrees of separation, which was originally between the East Coast and the West Coast of the US, is now true for anyone in the world. And so the idea is that any one of us is connected only by 6 people between us, anywhere in the world. So you can connect me to anyone else in the world. And for fun, the Mail said that Jordan is 6 degrees away from the Queen. Well, I don't know who Jordan the model is in the UK, but then they map this link, how they're linked by 6 people. And then our Kylie Minogue, who's a singer in England, but who's Australian, is 6 degrees separated from Saddam Hussein, for example, as an example. But we can turn this around and use that as a way then to collaborate towards sustainability. One of the most famous books, The Limits to Growth, that's promoting sustainability in the planet, is actually not many people recognize, was initiated by the Club of Rome, which is a group of concerned professionals and influential people. The modeling was done by MIT, but the funding came from the Volkswagen Foundation. So you can see that this is transdisciplinary collaboration. This is a milestone in the thinking about sustainability of the planet. The Union of Concerned Scientists back in 1992, 30 years ago, made this declaration. They said, we require the help of the world's business industrial leaders. We require the help of the world's religious leaders. We require the help of the world's peoples. We call on all to join us in this task. So we have to collaborate and partner. From 6 degrees of separation to 6 degrees of collaboration, we need to gather up to help together achieve the SDGs. So sustainable futures, not easy, but it will be impossible if we don't do research and innovation or entrepreneurship and collaboration. Time is our ultimate non-renewable resource. You cannot take back time that's lost. And that's why I quote and finish with one of the most famous Indians who said, the future depends on what we do today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It was really a wonderful session listening to you. And we do have a few questions that are posted in our YouTube by our viewers. This is the first question.
You'd like to read me some of the questions, or?
Yes, I'll read it out, Professor. What are the innovative practices that Australia has adopted towards environmental sustainability, which you think could be applied in India?
Oh, that's difficult because there's like two tier in Australia in particular, because we have government actions and policies, and then you have industry and what they do, and then we have the community or the public, right? And that's the problem when there's at different levels of direction. So if you're familiar enough with the Australian government, there's a divide between the parties. And so depending on who is in charge at the federal and the state government, that's part of the problem. Our current government is very conservative in terms of what they do towards environmental matters, and has been criticized for that. The industries are a lot more progressive, and the communities are a lot more progressive. So there are a lot of things that are happening at that level. So in terms of technology, though, it's hard to say what came out of Australia that can make a big difference, because there's a lot of these little things that happen in different parts of the world. And in the end, it's going to be contextual. It's always about context, what fits best in your situation. It can be judged only by the people who are on the field in different parts of the world. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. There's another question from one of our research scholars. How do your universities in Australia support student entrepreneurs and startups?
Sorry, the Australian universities, what was the question there?
How do your universities in Australia support student entrepreneurs and startups?
Oh, okay. So entrepreneurs, yeah. So there are a number of support, but particularly, especially the University of Melbourne has a number of programs in the Melbourne Entrepreneurial Center. And this covers a number of things. One is called the Melbourne Accelerator Program. The second one is translating research at Melbourne, and then a number of other entrepreneurial activities. So these are run by very capable and experienced group of people in the Faculty of Business, but they're available to everyone else in universities, in the university in Melbourne, but also from people from outside. So that's just one example, because I raised that because they are one of the biggest, oldest, and most successful. But other universities have their own similar program, but the one at Melbourne is one of the bigger one. And so that's one aspect. And then they train the people, but they broker the venture capital part, angel investors. Yeah. Are there more questions?
Participants, if there is any questions, you can just unmute yourself and ask the questions. If not, you can post it in the chat box.
Sorry, are there any more questions, or you'd like me to finish?
Mima, are you asking any question?
Anyone?
And there is one question.
Yeah.
How do we actually build this resilience?
Sorry, how do they build what?
How do we build resilience in us, with us?
Oh, yeah. So this is a good question. In research of social resilience, community resilience, and individual resilience, these are developing knowledge at the level of individual resilience, and then there's some developing knowledge at the level of community resilience. But the relationship between individual and community resilience is pretty tenuous. It's not well understood. It's quite difficult for me to be able to say how to do this, because I was telling people I sort of built it through this experience of small hardships as I was growing up. And I think a lot of us who are growing or have grown in other non-first world economies build this over time. So it's like the small setbacks allow us to be resilient. Whereas when I look at my own kids who were born and who have grown up in this place in Australia or in the US, they have less resilience than I have. And so it's because they did not have as much setbacks of a training of setbacks in a way than I have, because we sort of protected them when they were growing up. And so this is just my personal reflection. There's no scientific basis for this. This is just my observation. But I know it is difficult to be able to say conclusively how to do this.
Thank you, Professor.
Professor, there is one more question, and I think this would be
Okay.
the last question of the session. In the course of your lecture, you mentioned about the 4 quadrants of research practices. Where does this transdisciplinary research fall into, and how do we progress to this higher level of research?
Which one? Sorry,
In the course of your lecture, you were mentioning about the 4 quadrants of research practices.
Yeah.
Professor, the question is, where does transdisciplinary research fall into, and how do we progress to the higher level of research?
Yeah, so in particular, transdisciplinary research just means that the collaborative partners are not just from other disciplines, but from other parts of the chain towards impact, right? So that means getting out even of academic partnership alone, meaning that I would have to partner with a bank or a foundation or a community or government, because these are the people who are at the coal front, the front of the real impact, the things that are done in the field. And so it's collaborating towards this impact of points, whether they're in industry, government, or communities. So it's combination of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary would be the one that would have a highest impact, because then you can have a greater number of people that you help. But the question is really about the willing partner, and that's the difficult one if you're coming from university alone, because you need to nurture that relationship with those outside of academia, those in the coal front, in the people that are doing the job. And it's a matter then of, if you have a number of choices, then you can choose the one that has the greatest impact. But sometimes we don't have those choices. It's just that this is the closest collaborator, the most willing, right? And so then if they're willing, then that's a pathway towards impact. And so you develop your transdisciplinary collaboration with those who are willing to do it with you. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. It was wonderful listening to the clarifications and answering several of the questions raised by our research scholars and students. Thank you, Professor. The role of keynote speaker is literally to set the keynote for the conference. And I thank Professor Greg Poliante, who has done his job. You have really fulfilled your role as a speaker beyond our expectation in establishing the basic tone and tenor of the gathering that will resonate throughout this conference. Your inputs on sustainable futures would empower us to see the possible future with regard to transdisciplinary research, and we believe it can be obtained with 6 degrees of collaborations and connections. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much for having me. Enjoy your conference.
A huge thank you to Professor Greg Foliante for showing that we can always grow in the face of shocks and stress with resilience. And sincere thanks to Dr. Crescenta Shakila Mota, Assistant Professor, Department of Rehabilitation Science, for moderating the session. The next session will be moderated by Dr. V. Desi Rani, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work. Ma'am, kindly take over the session.
Good morning and warm greetings to one and all gathered here. On behalf of Holy Cross College, I extend a very sincere warm welcome to all of you present here on the UGC Strike Component 1 TRICE 2021 for the second session, Reimaging Innovation and Entrepreneurship in the Post-COVID Era. And also want to extend a warm welcome to our speaker, Dr. Christopher Abraham, CEO, SP Jain, Senior Vice President, Institutional Development, Professor of Leadership, Design Thinking and Organizational Behavior, SP Jain School of Global Management, Dubai, UAE. I welcome you, sir. I feel privileged to introduce our honorable speaker, Dr. Christopher Abraham. He has 3 postgraduate qualifications in HRM, Business Administration Marketing, Labor and Administrative Law, and is a PhD in Business Administration, Design Thinking and Innovation. He is a certified design thinker from IDEO, Stanford, and is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Marketing, FCIM, UK. He has 34 years of experience in management, consulting, marketing, and management education in India, Singapore, and the UAE. Currently, he is the CEO and head Dubai campus and Senior Vice President Institutional Development at the SP Jain School of Global Management, a Forbes Top 10 economist and FT Top 100 ranked business school with campuses in Dubai, Singapore, Mumbai, and Sydney. Dr. Abraham has been a visiting professor at many leading universities in Australia, USA, Canada, Singapore, and UK. Earlier in Dubai, he headed the executive MBA program of XLRI, Jamshedpur, one of the Asia's top business schools. His areas of competence are innovation, design thinking, behavioral design, strategy, neuroscience of decision making, future of education, science of happiness, leadership, human potential, entrepreneurship, marketing, and strategy. A much sought after 3X, TEDx, and international keynote speaker, he has successfully presented in numerous global forums and has also conducted many consulting and executive development assignments for global organizations, including the World Bank, the Executive Council, Government of Dubai, Emirates Airlines, SUA, Government of Sharjah, Aramex, DHL, PNG, LG, and Reckitt and Venxio, AW, Restamani, Nissan Auto, etc. His few awards and recognitions: twice awarded Best CEO in the World in 2018 and 19 by Indo-UAE Business and Social Forum, twice winner of the Education Leadership Award, World Leadership Congress 2015 and 2017. Regularly, he was interviewed in leading TV and media channels like CNBC, Dubai Eye, Dubai TV, etc. Regular news columns and quotes in leading newspapers like Gulf News, Khaleej Times, the National Times of India, Mumbai Mirror, etc. Twice awarded Outstanding Professional of the Year by Junior Chamber International. To add more credentials to, he has uploaded various positions and memberships in many international and Indian organizations. Once again, I welcome you, sir, and the session is yours.
Thank you very much. A very good day to all of you. Warm greetings from Dubai. You may be in different parts of the world, so good day, I think, is a much more appropriate option. I hope you can see my screen. If somebody can validate that you can see my screen.
We can see you, sir, but not your screen.
Not my screen. Okay, but it says, how about now? Still not able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Not
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, an error occurred when screen sharing. Just hold on. Let me try again. How about now? Can you see? Not yet?
No, sir.
Now
Yeah.
it's coming.
Yes,
Yeah, I
yes,
think
sir.
it's coming. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You can go to the full screen mode.
Yeah. Just hang on a minute. So avoid mirroring. Don't share your entire screen. Just share just a tab. Okay. All right. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Full screen?
Yes, sir. It's on full
All right.
screen mode.
Once again, thank you very much for this lovely opportunity. A very good day to all of you. Warm greetings from Dubai. And I have the privilege of taking you through a short journey of reimagining entrepreneurship in the post-COVID world. To set the context, I'd like to share with you a little video, probably on the lighter side, but extremely profound, philosophical, and thought-provoking.
Listen up, babies. Life's not fair. You get no say in the world you're born into. You don't decide your name. You don't decide where you come from. You don't decide if you have a place to call home or if your whole family has to leave the country. Yeah, it's messed up. You don't decide how the world judges a person like you. You don't decide how your story begins. But you do get to decide how it ends. Yes!
So the essence of that beautiful video is to tell us that we may have whatever backgrounds we come from. We don't decide when we come into this world. We don't decide our names. We don't decide where we are born, at least till now. But certainly we can decide how our life ends. In other words, the destination and the destiny is right inside our hands, as these beautiful little babies expressed. A few months back, during the middle of the pandemic, A group of leaders across the world met at Davos, Switzerland, and said the planet is going through the great reset. Now, interestingly, the reset has two connotations in the Chinese language. On one hand, yes, it's a challenge. On the other hand, at the same token, it also becomes an opportunity. An opportunity for growth, an opportunity for development, and an opportunity to prove ourselves. If you look at the statistics of growth in the last 250 years and what it's going to be in the next 10 years, you would find there's going to be some dramatic changes taking place, which means it's a world filled with infinite opportunities. Here's an interesting question, and I'm going to ask you to pause for a few minutes because I wouldn't know how to ask this in an open forum or conference. If you look at these companies from General Electric to Hewlett Packard, Microsoft, Google, Apple, eBay, and down below CNN, MTV, FedEx, Burger King, and AirAsia. And if I ask you what's common among these companies, you might probably say they're innovative companies, they're startup companies, they're garage startups, the leaders were visionaries, so on and so forth. But you'd be delighted to know that every single one of these companies was born in the middle of a recession. I think that tells quite a bit about the opportunities that can happen. We are currently going through a challenge. We're going through some catastrophic uncertainties. But the good thing is that in each of these areas, you would find amazing opportunities for surviving and thriving. In fact, this was a study done by Professor Schumpeter. It's called the Schumpeter Waves, that every time there's a catastrophe, it actually results in a massive growth in terms of a particular industry or a particular category of industries. And 57% of companies are created in the downturn. Of course, if it was interactive, I would ask, who is this little kid? Well, the answer is, he's a 9-year-old kid. He's got a lovely dog. But beyond that, last year, this little kid was the highest paid YouTube star of 2021. And Ryan Kaji is just 9 years. What is even more interesting is that Ryan does what he loves to do. He loves to play with toys, and there are 1 billion plus followers who give him $30 million, the highest paid YouTube star last year in the middle of the pandemic, and he's been there for the last few years. And if you thought Ryan was just a flash in the pan, welcome to South Korea. And this little girl, who is just about 7 years, 6.5 to 7 years, because of her YouTube fame, has just invested in an $8 million house in upscale Korea. The message that comes out loud and clear between Ryan and Dorji is that these are examples that entrepreneurship, business, success, growth can happen at any age. Go to the other end of the spectrum. Some of you may be very familiar with this gray-haired old gentleman, and he has a fascinating story. His fried chicken recipe was rejected 1,009 times. Apparently, someone kept a count of it. And before he was finally accepted, and today it's one of the largest fast food restaurants or quick service restaurants in the world. So whether you're 9 years, 6 years, 60 years, it doesn't really matter, because what really matters is a mindset. In the last session, there was a very interesting question that was asked about human resilience. One of my areas of research, as introduced, is in positive psychology. And positive psychology, cutting-edge science, tells us there are very simple things that you need to do to actually build resilience. We all go through challenges. We all go through catastrophic, calamitous situations. But the good news is that we have an awesome God-given brain, which also contains the mind. Now, this mind is a crazy, system. It can make simple things become very, tragic, or it can reframe. So the first suggestion that's given is reframe or reimagine, which means you have to change the narrative that's running on your mind. Oh my God, I don't know what's going to happen. This is the end of the world. No, you can say that in the mid of all of this, I'm going to create a unique, successful proposition that I will change my narrative. You know, if you feel that you're getting sick, you might get sick. Rather than saying I'm feeling sick, you might want to say, I think I'm recovering and I'm feeling well. The second one is facing the fears. Rather than run away from fears, you need to learn to face the fears. The third one is self-compassion and then compassion towards everybody else. The fourth one is meditation and prayer. And the fifth one is the science of forgiveness. So there is a formula, just like how Colonel Sanders had a formula for fried chicken. I've just given you a formula for building resilience. And there's a whole lot of studies on that. In case you want further details, there is the Greater Good Science Center at the University of California, Berkeley, where there's cutting-edge research happening on all the good things in life. So, yes, the pandemic hit us. Yes, the death count has crossed 4.7 million. Yes, there is still challenges in different parts of the world. But amidst all of this, if individuals, if communities, and if companies can reframe, reimagine, remarkable magic happens. Let's take the example of Singapore Airlines. Like all the hundreds of airline companies across the world, Singapore Airlines was also grounded. Hundreds of aircraft lying in the tarmac, not doing much, gathering dust. The management had two options. Option number one was to allow the planes to gather dust and probably lay off thousands of their employees and then wait for a good day to happen. Or they could do something else. So they took special permission to rip apart the passenger seats of the planes and convert them into cargo. Because during the pandemic, some of you may remember that only passengers were not allowed to travel, but cargo was essential and it had to move. So Singapore Airlines converted its passenger planes to cargo planes, started making money. And if you thought that was the only innovation, there were other things. If you thought that this is a restaurant in the sky, you're mistaken. It's a restaurant that simulates an flying experience. So what they did was they converted their fancy planes into intercontinental restaurants, and they invited prospective guests and guests who are, let's say, weary, flying weary, who want to fly and who want to have the experience to come over, give them seating, and then provide them a first-class experience right on the ground. They did something else as well. During the mid of the pandemic, they gave a special offer for people who want to fly and said, we'll take you on a trip to nowhere. And then they would take the plane for a small circular spin and then bring it back, and they would charge you for it. Of course, it became controversial that they were, unwarrantedly sending environmental gases. So they stopped that idea, but that didn't stop their innovation from continuing. So a flying experience right at ground zero. And then this was the best part. So what do you do with these amazingly trained, customer service oriented, friendly air hostess, stewards? And they stuck upon something remarkable. They trained these people on paramedical skills, and almost all the air hostesses and stewards of Singapore Airlines were part of the recovery process in Singapore during the pandemic. They're all Singapore Airlines air hostesses and stewards who now shifted, reframed, and reimagined their roles from air hostesses to patient care professionals. So I think the whole idea behind the reimagining is something that we need to build upon. Each one of us have an awesome God-given brain, which has the ability to create remarkable stuff. And I think rather than dwelling on all those little things that we complain and groan and become depressed, I think it's time for us to celebrate magical moments, even in the mid of challenges and uncertainties.
It's interesting that the things we cherish most are the same things we walk right by. They become so intertwined in the status quo that ultimately it becomes impossible to tell them apart from our day-to-day. That is impossible until things change. Because as it turns out, that thing we call life, it has a say. There's a saying, you never really know what you have until it's gone. Sometimes it takes the most abrasive of reminders, the harshest of times, to help us recapture that perspective, to lift us up and show us what we had previously failed to see. And while our darkest moments test our strength, they push our boundaries, even transform our reality, they can also be the bridge that leads us exactly where we need to be. They remind us sometimes it's not about how we spend our time, but who we spend it with. The quiet brings clarity. And the world can spin so fast that we forget to think about our place within it. It reminds us how humanity is bigger than the sum of its parts. And it takes just as much energy to build up as it does to tear down. It reminds us that no matter where we live, what we speak, or who we pray to, we're not so different after all. It reminds us that there is so much more good in this world than evil, so much more love than hate, and so much promise for tomorrow. Someday we'll look back on this moment with the lessons we've learned, the hardships we've faced, and we will be reminded of the miracle that is the human spirit, unwavering in its resolve, unbreakable at its foundation, stronger than we could ever comprehend. See, sometimes it's hard to look around and find a reason to be optimistic, to understand or comprehend why. But what we'll find is that if we look hard enough, immersed in the uncertainty, the disruption, and in some cases, the tragedy, there's something to be gained. A tiny candle flickering in the night that will eventually grow to light our way. Because that road to tomorrow is paved with hope. There are pages unwritten, stories untold, and a new chapter to begin.
So that, I think, is the most interesting part of the essence of life. Challenged, surrounded by uncertainties and calamities, but the hope that tomorrow is going to be brighter, tomorrow is going to be better, and of course, each one of us have a part to play in this. The most valuable car companies in the world, and you might probably get misled looking at the logos, the most valuable was Tesla with $790 billion, followed only by Toyota and an unknown company. I don't know how many of you know NIO, but that is the new rules of the world. What about energy? Yes, we all know Exxon as a $207 billion company, but Next Era, which is a digital energy company, and Ørsted, which is into wind and solar, are companies that you may not have heard of, but are worth billions of dollars. The most valuable financial company is not a bank, is not a credit card or a debit card company, but it's a cryptocurrency company called Bitcoin, and it's going up and up. We don't know how long it will stay up, but well, the rules of the game are changing, and that's the most important message. Again, the most valuable beverage company in the world is not Coca-Cola or Pepsi. It's a Chinese company called Quecho Montai, which is worth $420 billion, followed, of course, by Coca-Cola. So the big message that comes out is that these are companies that are changing the rules of the game, which means everybody has an opportunity, whether you're a 9-year-old Ryan, whether you're a 6-year-old Dodgy, or a 65-year-old KFC Colonel Sanders, or a company like Singapore Airlines. each one of us have the ability to change. The question is, how do you see the future? You could see it as bleak. You could see it as uncertain. You could see it as scary. You could see it as frustration. But you could also see it as a world of abundance filled with infinite possibilities. And it is real, as I would validate. So the future, that big step that you need to take, is a step that you need to take with faith, with hope, and of course, with critical focus. One of the areas, social entrepreneurship. Now, the earlier professor touched upon it. This is an amazing area to be in. You are impacting the world, you're influencing communities, you're creating happiness and joy and wealth and growth for people. At the same time, you're also making money. What better than looking at business profits, at the same time creating impact in communities? So the big difference between social and traditional entrepreneurs, and I'll give you a couple of examples here. We have Blake Mykoski from Tom's Shoes. Every pair of shoes that you buy from Tom's, that's on the right-hand top, Blake will, donate a pair to a pair of legs in some part of the world which deserves a pair of footwear. Bill Drayton, one of the greatest social entrepreneurs on my left bottom, is the founder behind the Ashoka Foundation, which spends millions of dollars on social entrepreneurship. Muhammad Yunus, the Nobel laureate, who has created a revolution in Bangladesh by uplifting more than 19 million women from poverty and making them self-sustaining entrepreneurs. Scott Harrison, who distributes water free of cost and still makes money and revenues. Jeffrey Hollander is another very interesting entrepreneur who runs a company called Seventh Generation, which is eco-friendly products. Xavier, Chris, and Jeff are people who have created a new world of books by allowing people to donate books and distributing them across the world. Akhtar Hamid Khan is the Pakistani equivalent of Muhammad Yunus, the #1 microfinance innovator in Pakistan. Ibrahim Abu Balish is a scientist, pharmacist, but making a huge dent in social innovation in Egypt. And Sanjit Bankar Roy, some of you may have heard, runs India's what they call the Foot University, which means you don't need to actually have a place, but you can give education for all. And Willie is somebody who is reviving the fortunes and futures of orangutans in the jungles of Asia. He touched upon SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Now, here's another amazing truth that needs to be understood. SDGs mean that we're talking about community, 17 SDGs created by the United Nations, but here's the trillion-dollar opportunities. If we as entrepreneurs, you could be small, big, medium, it doesn't matter, in each of these critical areas, there are trillions of dollars of opportunities waiting to be tapped. So on one hand, you're creating jobs, 380 million of them. On the other hand, you're creating an impact for society and community. And on the other hand, we are making the world a much better place. So I think what we need as budding entrepreneurs, in fact, as a top business school, one of the things that we encourage as students is not to look at job seeking. We convert them or transform them from job seekers to job creators. And every year, increasingly, we're seeing more and more of our students jumping into the bandwagon of entrepreneurship and not just looking for jobs. So how could we do this? We look at the future from an optimistic perspective. 5 years from now, 3 years from now, 10 years from now, and don't get carried away by the media. The media is a very lopsided, very negatively focused, and it does have a neuroscientific reason behind it. The media knows that it can trigger your survival instincts in your biological brain, but that's it. There's so many interesting things that are happening across, as I shared on the Schumpeter Wave, and as I shared on how these remarkable companies have come in the middle of a recession. So the future for each one of us should certainly look brighter and better. So knowing how to do it, I think, is an important thing. This, again, is an interesting picture. Many of you may or may not know what this is, but till the 1960s, in the world of high jumping across the world, it used to be done in a certain way until this gray-haired gentleman, who wasn't gray-haired then, he was a young Olympic star, created what was called the Fosbury flop. Dick Fosbury was the one who reimagined and reinvented high jumping, and the world of Olympic high jumping was never the same. This is used here as a metaphor. We need to find our Fosbury flops in whatever we do, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's construction, whether it's community, whatever we do. And I'll give you, a million examples as to how this can be done. How Swatch watches actually reimagined and reinvented the entire watch category and created a completely different, series of lifestyle products, becoming a multi-million-dollar success. 3D printed homes is another classic example. With less than $400, you could actually build a livable, comfortable, amazing house. There are a few of them right here in the city of Dubai. This technically is a bad tasting drink, but a bad tasting drink with remarkable marketing and imagination has created a multi-million-dollar success story. For the record, every year Red Bull sells 6 million cans across the world. That's almost like one can for every single individual. So time for us to redefine how we look at entrepreneurship. The old game of entrepreneurship was defined by activity and defined by the organization. But the new rules of the entrepreneurship are about defining purpose and defining who your audience is. 4 simple thoughts. Change the why, which means change the purpose of what you want to do, change the application, the impact, change the what, the product, service, pricing, change the how, the process, the business model, and the organization, and change the audience, which is changing change the who, which is changing the audience, the problem, and the access. So we need to think in momentums of year, 3 years, and 5 years, and start planning ahead. You might say, well, tomorrow is unpredictable. It doesn't matter. The ones who dream they can change the world are the ones who actually change. Here's another $1 million or $1 trillion opportunity. We call it the circular economy or the green economy. Look at these statistics there. 300 million tons of plastic, 50 million tons of electronic waste. 1/3 of all food produced is wasted. How do we avoid it? How do we stimulate growth? How do we create opportunities? It is a 4.5 trillion economic opportunity waiting to be tapped. It's called the circular economy. It's called the green economy. Many big, small, and medium-sized companies have embraced it because it encompasses everything that we have to offer for humanity at large. Equity, resilience, and transparency. So you could become a responsible brand and consumer. You could design products for longevity, because products by default are not designed for longevity. Design service-based experience, design for reuse and recovery, and design to enable doing good. You can start small. A journey of 1,000 miles, as the ancient Chinese proverb says, starts with a single step. So when we say trillion, don't get carried away. These were 2 garage entrepreneurs who actually felt empathetic towards silk being taken out of, the conventional means. So they created what they call spider silk. This is another example of biomimicry, learning from Mother Nature and implanting those ideas in the field of science and technology, and created 100% spider silk made by human beings and not destroying the environment. Tom Shoes, Blake Myscowie, who now runs Tom Shoes as a multi-million-dollar. As I said, for every pair that you buy, a pair goes to a pair of feet that don't have legs. Don't have footwear. So, platforms for good. When you create a business, you create it for the larger good of humanity. It's no longer that capitalistic model which is perpetuated by, unfortunately, a Nobel laureate called Milton Friedman, is totally irrelevant and redundant in the modern era of community connect. So getting benefits for customers directly, enabling customers to do good more, and multiply good for the world, which I think is the way to do it. Here's a classic example. A lot of us, when we eat burgers, especially the meat and chicken burgers, would have a sense of guilt. So an entrepreneur in Britain Patrick Brown actually created a burger which is actually called Impossible. It's impossible to distinguish the taste between meat and chicken. It's a plant-based food and probably set the revolution for the future of food, which is plant and organic-based meat. So even if you're a vegan or a vegetarian, good news for you, you can have the juice, the taste of meat, but without the badness or the fat and all the unwanted fluff. Few more thoughts, being Holy Cross being a college which was pioneered for empowerment of women, there's a huge silent revolution happening in this space. Women, especially in India, seem to have taken up the cudgels. Women have always done that, defied odds, beaten challenges, and created history. Here are a snapshot of 35 of India's top entrepreneurs who are not just raking the moolah, but also creating an impact. And the list goes on. Every year you find hundreds of youngsters, hundreds of young women coming into the foray to make a dent, to make a difference, and to make an impact. Here's an example from the Western world, Emily Waves. Emily runs a fascinating makeup and toiletry and cosmetics company called Glossier, but she completely reinvented the distribution model. She doesn't sell to retails, she doesn't sell to malls, she doesn't sell to distributors, she sells it to her delighted customers who in turn sell it to their friends and family. It's not a multi-level marketing product, but it's a consumer connect marketing strategy. So every Glossier satisfied, delighted customer becomes a brand person, an ambassador for Glossier, making it a multi-million-dollar success. So the concept of co-promoting, co-achieving, co-consuming, co-supporting, co-funding, and co-creating is the name of the game. And if you've been carried away by something called competition, throw that into the nearest dustbin. Because the concept of competition has today been completely nullified by current research in anthropology, computational biology, and of course, from social psychology. We as a community across the world are connected through our social brain. We are social creatures. And today there's remarkable evidence, research evidence that tells us that humanity has thrived not by competing, but by cooperating and collaborating. In fact, last year, Professor Rutger Bregman wrote a fascinating book called Humankind, where he has traced the history of humanity and said that we have survived and thrived by being kind to each other, by being co-creating and co-collaborating. Well, if you thought entrepreneurship is only the domain of women, welcome to the world of youth. These are youngsters today. India's unicorns are billion-dollar startups, are owned, are founded by people in their 20s, probably in their early 30s. And this, I think, is the story of the future. For all of you listening here, especially students and youngsters, the good news is it doesn't matter what age you are. It doesn't matter what gender you have. It doesn't matter what qualifications you have. In fact, most of the most successful entrepreneurs actually dropped out, from Mark Zuckerberg to Bill Gates to Steve Jobs. But I'm not, telling you to do that or encouraging you to do that. I'm telling you there are lots of things. I want to end up in the next 5 minutes with a couple of insights into where you can look for opportunities. EdTech, technology and education, a huge multi-billion industry waiting to grow by leaps and bounds. We are going to face blended hybrid models, so this is a beautiful space to be. Health and wellness. Again, a beautiful sweet spot to be in, considering that...
Voice is not audible.
Come again? Okay, and health and wellness, financial services and non-banking financial companies, software as a service and remote working tools, e-commerce and delivery-based services, streaming platforms, online gaming, already multi-billion-dollar, pharma, life sciences, labs, and pathology. And again, I want to remind you, you don't need to have millions of dollars. You need to have millions of ideas that can take you places. So the important thing is you need to have the courage to believe in better. The world is getting better. If you don't believe me, read a book by Professor Hans Rosling, Our World in Facts, which says that the world is really getting better. Dr. Devi Shetty, who is one of the world's greatest heart surgeons, again runs based on compassion, affordability, heart treatment for people who can't afford. Tan Lee, Tan is an Australian who's now settled in the US, who runs cutting edge instruments and equipments for the common people using neuroscience and biology. What we need are the three buckets of courage, as we call it. The courage to try, the courage to trust, and the courage to tell. So in essence, what we need is courage. We need to have the courage to believe in better. So be bold, be brave, and be brilliant.
Climate change,
Deadly
earthquake, the suicide bomber,
terrorism,
nuclear device in the heart of the nation's capital.
It's no wonder that we're pessimistic. It's no wonder that people think that the world is getting worse. But perhaps that's not the case.
Perhaps we forget that we've only just begun. Doing what's never been done before is intellectually seductive, whether or not we deem it practical.
What we're seeing is unfathomably new possibilities all of a sudden becoming available to us.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave.
You have to trust in something. Your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever.
We truly are living in an extraordinary time, and many people forget this.
Now, technically, your device is on. Can you hear me?
The yearning to do what we do in the service of something larger than ourselves.
Where did we come from? Are we alone in the universe? What is the future of the human race?
When you conduct those exercises, innovation follows just as day follows night. We can do this. I know we can because we've done it before.
Stay hungry, stay foolish.
So on that positive note, that the future is ours, I want to thank the Holy Cross College for giving me this opportunity. And I hope, friends, you found that you have an opportunity to create those little, sparks of influence, because the world is full of abundant opportunities. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The audience, you can post your questions in the chat box or unmute yourself and you can raise the questions.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I would like to ask a question, sir. Sir, I'm from Rehabilitation Science Department. So I would like to do a research in autism. So how to bring these children and bring an inclusive society to these kind of disabled children, sir?
Beautiful question. Very, very important question. You see, today, earlier we never had answers because autism itself was, the entire spectrum was wide and we didn't know what was really happening. Yep.
We have a list of...
Come again? Okay. So today what you could do is there are cutting edge technologies. In fact, MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, actually runs amazing AI-enabled autism solutions. What I would do is I would share some of those links with Dr. Sheila Christopher, and she in turn can pass them on to you. There's a fascinating array of things you can do with technology at low cost and also make it very relevant for these unfortunate people. I wouldn't call them unfortunate. Here in Dubai, we don't call these people unfortunate. We call them people with determination. Again, it's an example of reframing. We don't call them disabled, we call them determination. The moment you put a positive connotation to it, they start acting, thinking, and feeling with determination. So there's plenty of opportunities, plenty of things that we can do. And I think society is more and more understanding and becoming inclusive in terms of providing space. When I say space, not just physical space, but space in our minds and our hearts in our opportunities, in our offices for embracing these people across. Because they are not, as we think. They, if triggered with the right neuroscientific triggers, they can become remarkable people. So that's the essence of it. Good news all around. I will share some resources which you can certainly use.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Any other questions from the participant side? So another question, entrepreneurship and innovation, how we have to bring among the vulnerable communities.
Come again, I didn't get the second part. Entrepreneurship and innovation.
How we have to bring among the vulnerable communities.
Excellent question again. Excellent question again. Okay. See, what we need, culture is built, human culture is built on stories. So if you need to tell somebody, that's why we say, in social work, one of the courses that I mastered in, they told us, one of the big lessons they taught us was, don't give somebody fish, teach them how to fish. So one is teaching people how to fish rather than give them. Aid doesn't work, by the way. Financial aid, any kinds of aid. We need to make people self-sufficient. You need to create communities of best practices. And I'll give you a simple example. I shared in my presentation Dr. Mohammed Yunus. And Dr. Yunus was an economics professor who could have happily settled in the United States after his PhD. But he saw the traumatic conditions in Bangladesh, came back, and what he did was something remarkable. He identifies destitute women, women on the street, women who have lost their husbands, women who have been thrown out from their families, virtually people on the street. And then he starts giving them small amounts of money, from $50 to $100 to $150 to each woman, destitute woman, not for buying food, but for buying something or doing something and making something so she becomes self-sufficient. Second one, he created communities of 5 to 6 people of women cooperators. And guess what? The Grameen microfinance model is the most successful financial model in the world. They give loans to the most destitute, unfortunate people in the world, and the recovery rate is 99% plus, which is the highest any bank can dream of. So I think it talks about the goodness of humanity. It talks about working in cooperation, and these models have to be exposed to communities. We can always dream and reimagine a world that can be better for everybody. Today, thanks to technology again, the mobile penetration in different parts of India, we could certainly bring about a transformative change.
Sir, one more question to ask you. Shall I ask, sir?
Please.
Particularly, I'm also a commerce student in 12th standard. In entrepreneurship, how to find our passion, particularly for the products or for the business, how to find our passion, particularly in entrepreneurship?
That's an interesting question, a tricky question rather. Okay, but the answer is not simple. How do you find your passion? So, I face this many times with my own students. They say, Prof, should I do marketing? Should I do finance? Should I do this, that? So I ask them, what is it that excites you? Okay. So the question can be answered with a beautiful Chinese proverb that says, happiness is doing what you love to do and getting paid for it. Many times we look at the second part, whether it's a business idea or whether it's a job, we say, what pays more? What pays more is just one small equation. What really matters is what excites you. A product or a service that you say, my God, every day I want to get up at 6 in the morning and go and get that done. That is the passion. So as I said, the most exciting thing for me as a person would be things that can impact communities and societies. It's not about making money. It's about making a difference, making an impact. So as I said, SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations, phenomenal opportunity, phenomenal. You're not only impacting communities, you're also making money in the process. And I think that's a formidable combination. Look at all the 17, identify which one you think would be most relevant, whether it's healthcare, whether it's drinking water, whether it's women's equality, gender equality, so on and so forth, and then pick that up. And I tell you, there's a silent revolution sweeping across the world. Again, I remind you, don't get carried away by media. In fact, you should resist or avoid reading conventional media. There are good places where good things are put. There's a website called the Greater Good Science Center. There's a book. There's a website called what is that? Goodness.org. So a lot of good things happening, and I think we need to reframe our mind towards it. To answer your question, what's your passion? The passion is what excites you and what can create an impact.
So along with this,
I think Dr. David has a question.
Sure.
Dr. David, do you have a question for Dr. Christopher?
Yes, I just wanted to say, could we get a list of the references? That was an amazing and fabulous talk. Thank you so much. You just knocked it out of the ballpark. It was wonderful. Thank you so much.
I would be honored, Dr. David. I would be honored. I'd certainly share it. Again, I'll share it with the organizers, and they can share it with whoever wants. Will do.
Yes.
Do we have time to just tell you what I've done in this sort of space? I don't know. Well, when I was at RMIT, I was really upset by the kids on the street who were doing drugs, and it was horrible. And so we decided to start a thing called Wherever Uni or University of the Night, and we opened the university. We got permission from the head of department. And we started with about 10 or 15 people who all had various problems, various social issues, and we taught them how to use the internet. That's what we did. This is back when the internet was a new thing. It was very, very successful. We did that, and I think it was very, very positive, and it's wonderful to hear you, Dr. Abraham, talking about the positive stuff, because it certainly is possible. But sometimes you just you do get overwhelmed by the negative things that happen. But this was so refreshing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Such an honor and delight. And ladies and gentlemen, I have to leave. I have a class. I have a bunch of students waiting for me. So thank you for the honor. And as I said, I'll share all the references. And good luck and God bless you. And have a blessed conference.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Sure.
One last question.
Annie, I think it's already late for him and for
I
us.
have to go for a class.
So we will wind up. You put up. Please post your question in the chat box. We'll get the answer from the speaker and get back to you, Annie. Over to Dr. Daisy. Yeah, Daisy.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. On behalf of Holy Cross College and its entire fraternity and organizing committee, I feel immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks to eminent speaker Dr. Christopher Abraham, CEO, SP Jain, Senior Vice President, Institutional Development, Professor of Leadership, Design Thinking to Organizational Behavior, SP Jain School of Global Management, Dubai, UAE, who spares the time from his busy schedule to create this webinar with an extremely relevant address, reimagining innovation and entrepreneurship in the post-COVID era. So rightly talked about the various things about at any age we can become an entrepreneur. There is no restrictions of any age to become an entrepreneur, and the destination and destiny in our hands. And for the youngsters, the advice of the sir is to become rather being a job seeker, they have to become a job creators. So we have to have the courage to believe in the better in the today's challenging time of the pandemic. Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking insight for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christopher.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. As always, excellent presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
I now hand over the session to Emima for your words, who will in turn hand over later.
We are profoundly grateful to our resource person, Dr. Christopher Abraham, for giving a beacon of hope for the entrepreneurs in the post-COVID era, and a heartfelt thanks to Dr. V. J.C. Rani for moderating the session. I would like to invite Dr. J. Amalayan Sanjas, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, to moderate the session.
A warm good morning to all. Now it's the time to move on to the invited lecture 3, a transdisciplinary approach for the sustainable production of biodegradable plastics from renewable resources. The resource person of this session is Professor Dr. K. Sudesh Kumar. Dr. Sudesh Kumar is a professor at the School of Biological Sciences, University Sains, Malaysia, and is well known for his research on bio-based and biodegradable plastics produced by microbes and polyhydroxyalkanoates. Sar has 20 years of teaching and research experience. His research activities are funded by several international and national university grants. To date, 30 MSc and 38 PhD students have graduated under his supervision. With more than 200 scientific publications and 8 granted patents, he is among the top research scientists in Malaysia. The higher number of citations, that is 6,000, and H index of 37 are speaking as research excellence. He is also the chief editor of Malaysian Journal of Microbiology and a fellow of Academy of Sciences, Malaysia. I'm very proud to invite such an eminent speaker in our midst in the virtual platform. I welcome you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Now may I invite Professor Sudesh to take over the session.
Okay, thank you. Let me try to share my screen. Let me know if you can see it.
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Okay, can you see my first slide?
Yes, sir, as we can see, sir.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here, although virtually, for this interesting conference on transdisciplinary research and innovation for entrepreneurship and sustainability. So my talk would be more on the research that I've been carrying out for the past 30 years in my university, and it is on biodegradable plastics. I think everyone knows the problems caused by plastics, and I think everyone, everyone is familiar with the efforts that are being carried out all over the world to develop alternatives to petrochemical plastics. And what I would like to share with all the audience today is one of such efforts that might be a solution to this problem. And so before I go on with my talk, I think I should briefly tell you where I am from. I'm like in time zone, I'm about 2.5 hours ahead of India. So it's about 2 p.m. right now in Malaysia. And I'm from this island in the northern peninsula of Malaysia, which is called Penang. And it is quite famous for tourists. And we have a university in this island. And of course, now because of the pandemic, it is not possible to visit. But I hope, once the pandemic is under control, you all will have the opportunity to visit Penang and Malaysia. So next, I would like to talk briefly about my university, which is University Sains Malaysia. It is the only science university in Malaysia. It is the first science university in Malaysia. And as you can see here, our vision and mission, the word transdisciplinary and research intensive is embedded into our mission. And basically, the university wants to empower future talents, all the young students, and also enable the bottom billion to transform their socio-economic well-being. And I think these are the same themes that have been mentioned by the two previous eminent speakers, Professor Greg Foliante and also Dr. Chris Abraham, in their two wonderful talks just now. I think they were both sharing what they feel is the future, which is about sustainability. And in order to tap on the various opportunities related to sustainability, I think this is where innovation comes in. So I hope, by listening to my talk today, all the youngsters would get some ideas on how you can seize this opportunity to develop new products that are necessary for our present lifestyle. So plastics, I'm sure, I think everyone are very familiar about plastics. I think all over us, wherever we see around us, we will come across various plastic products. And what we are not aware of is that even most of our clothes are actually made out of plastics. I think slowly, gradually, the clothes made of cotton is being replaced by plastics. And here are some examples of clothes that contain significant amount of plastics, which are polyesters. So every time we wash our clothes and when we put our clothes in the washing machine, we are all contributing to microplastics problem. And microplastics is something that we don't see, but the macroplastics, the one that is shown here in this slide, I think we all are very, very familiar. We see this everywhere all around us. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Tons and tons of plastics are being produced. And this is quite worrying because even during the pandemic, when people are not traveling and people are not using all the normal commodities, but we are consuming increasing amount of plastics in different forms. For example, the face masks that we are using daily now are also made out of plastics. So I think this is something that we have to keep in mind, that plastics are not evil material. Actually, plastics have a lot of good qualities. That is the reason why plastics are found in various applications. So I don't want to give this message and I don't want you all to take back or take home the message that plastics are evil. This is not my message. Actually, my message is plastics are excellent material. A lot of research by world famous scientists, even Nobel laureates, have resulted in this material. And it is truly a remarkable material. It can be molded, it can be formed into various shapes. And that is the reason why we have increasing demand for plastics. However, the problems caused by plastics are when you no longer need the plastics. It is not when you need the plastics. When you want to use the plastics, I think plastics are excellent materials. But the moment you don't need the plastics, I think that is when plastics become a problem. So this is where alternatives such as compostable plastics, biodegradable plastics, bio-based plastics, biocomposites, and there are many terms for these alternative plastics, which are currently becoming popular. And these are some of logos that has been invented by various countries. Like the green plastics in Japan, and Finland has this apple, which is with a smiley logo, which shows that this is eco-friendly. And then in US, you have this compostable logo. And in Germany, in Belgium, I think in many countries, you can find this type of logos nowadays. So what I'm trying to say is that there is an increasing demand for bio-based plastics. And this is a great opportunity because countries that have resources to produce this kind of bio-based and also biodegradable materials, this is a golden opportunity to develop such materials. So here are some examples of alternative plastics which are produced from plant-based material. So I think starch is something that is very common. Many countries have got agricultural products that are sources of starch, and starch is a renewable substrate which can be used to produce plastic-like materials. So these pictures here are from an exhibition in Thailand where they have produced various kinds of plastics from starched materials. So the kind of plastic that I am going to talk to you or share with you today is a kind of plastic that is produced by microorganisms. So this is quite different. It will be something like what we, even like animals and humans, store in our body. For example, when we consume more food than we can use or we can digest or metabolize, then the excess amount of food is stored in the form of fat in our body. So likewise, microbes like bacteria also have this ability to store excess amount of food that they consume in the form of a polymer. And this polymer is called polyhydroxyalkanoate, and in short, the name is PHA. So I'll just use this term PHA, which actually refers to this polymer that is produced by microorganisms. And what is interesting about this polymer that is produced by microorganism is that these polymers have plastic-like properties. So they can be molded just as how you would mold petrochemical plastics. So it is actually a thermoplastic. And what is even more interesting is that these plastics produced by microorganisms are completely biodegradable. So if you remember what I said earlier, these are actually storage food compounds for the microbes. So if the microbes have the ability to synthesize this material, they also have the enzymes to degrade and to utilize this material. So what we do in the lab is we extract these polymer granules and then we make plastics out of it. So this is 100% biodegradable, and it is also biocompatible, meaning that you can make medical devices, you can make absorbable sutures, you can make drug delivery compounds, and put it into your body, and your body will not reject these materials. And of course, this is 100% renewable. Therefore, there is a lot of interest all over the world in order to produce these microbe-based polyesters or plastics for replacing some petrochemical plastics. So I showed briefly the substrates that are fed to the microbes in my previous slide, which is palm oil. I think palm oil is something that is very common in India, and is also common in Malaysia and in many parts of the world. So this is how an oil palm tree looks like. A mature tree will produce fruit bunches like this, and these fruit bunches are harvested and they can be extracted for its oil. So it contains high amount of oil, and there are two types of oils that you can get from the oil palm, which is the palm kernel oil, which comes from the seed, and the palm mesocarp oil, which is the palm olein that is used for cooking. And one of the interesting facts about palm oil is its productivity. As you can see here in this graph, which shows the statistics of the major vegetable oils productivity. So you can see palm oil stands out compared to any other vegetable oil. So per hectare, it is possible to get more than 3 tons of oil, whereas most other vegetable oils, you only get about 0.5 tons of oil per hectare. So it shows that palm oil is superior in terms of land use and also productivity. So of course, you know, there are a lot of issues regarding the practices that are being used by major oil palm plantations, which are non-sustainable, and I will come back to these issues later. However, it is important to keep in mind that it is impossible to live without palm oil, because the productivity of palm oil is still much better than any other oils. So what I have been doing in my lab in the university is not to use the palm oil, but actually to use the waste that is generated from the palm oil industry. So in this slide here, I've given an example where during the milling process of the oil palm fruits, large quantities of waste water is produced. And this wastewater is contaminated with the oil residues that are generated during the pressing of the oil palm fruit. And this sludge palm oil is one of the feedstock that I use in order to feed to microorganisms to produce the biodegradable plastics. So this is how the process is carried out, where waste material is converted to a material that has got higher value and which is also economically viable. Okay, and so it is not only the waste from the milling process of this oil palm that you can use to make biodegradable plastics. Another neglected resource that has not been researched is the sap or the juice from the oil palm trunk. So this is also something interesting that we recently discovered. So this oil palm trunk juice, it is almost like sugarcane juice. So it contains high amount of sugar, and it is complete as a medium that can be used to grow bacteria. So this is what we have found together with research collaboration with our Japanese collaborators. And we are now trying to develop this into efficient process to produce biodegradable plastics. So this is one of the international collaborations that is currently ongoing. This project started in 2019 and it will go on until 2024. It's a 5 years project. This is under the Japanese government's funding scheme, which is called SATREPS. So SATREPS is a program where Japanese government funds research projects that has translational value. So this is a science and technology research partnership for sustainable development. So the theme is always something to do with sustainable development goals for the environment and for the next generation. So our project that was selected is on the usage of the oil palm trunk. So the oil palm trunk is available in large quantities, especially during the replanting of the oil palms. So the oil palm plantations, they normally replant the entire plantation every 20 to 25 years. And the reason for this replanting is because of decreased productivity, and also because the trees become too tall for harvesting of the fruits. So therefore, the old trees are cut and felled, and then new trees are planted. So this is a process that has been practiced for many years. And what happens is that when the old trees are felled, the trees are not used for any other purposes. So they are just cut and chipped into smaller pieces and left in the plantation to degrade or to decompose naturally. And this poses a lot of problems because, as you can see here in this slide, because of the high amount of sugars in the oil palm trunk juice, fungus really starts to grow. And these are not only fungus that degrades the oil palm, but there are also pathogenic fungus which actually causes diseases to the oil palm trees. So this is not something that is sustainable, because in order to overcome the fungus infection, a lot of fungicides and chemicals have to be applied. And the practice of leaving the old oil palm trunk in the plantation also encourages pests like termites and rats and various other animals, and this causes other problems in the plantation as well. So therefore, it would be much better to remove the old oil palm trunks from the plantation and use the trunk for other purposes. So this is what our project is about. So what we do is we make use of these old oil palm trunks, and then we try to come up with value-added products. And there are so many value-added products that you can make from this renewable resource. And basically, this is a biomass, a cellulosic biomass, which has great potential. So biomass is something that is being seen as the next target for developing sustainable technologies. So what we have done is we have set up a pilot scale factory which can process the old oil palm trunks into value-added products. So here is one example of this factory that we have set up to produce fuel pellets. So these are pellets that can be used as fuel for various purposes. So for example, if you want to generate electricity, if you want to produce steam, so this can be used as fuel, and this is biomass fuel, which means that you don't rely on non-renewable petroleum, for example. So this is one of the products. And in addition to these fuel pellets, as you can see here in this photo in the middle, the extracted sap, which is the liquid from the oil palm trunk, which contains high amount of sugars, can be used as a fermentation medium to grow bacteria in large quantities and to obtain various products. So bioplastics is just one type of microbial fermentation product. There can be also like bioethanol, for example, and various other products can be produced. So what we are doing currently is we are scaling up this production of bioplastics using microbial fermentation. And these are our brand new fermentation facility that we have set up in the university, and we are now optimizing the process, and we want to produce the biodegradable plastics at cost-effective process. And this is very important because plastics are actually low-value products. These are not high-value products like medicines or drug. So therefore, cost is one of the important factor, and it is essential to keep the cost as low as possible. So we have been working on these processes for many years, and one of the challenges that we faced is to extract and to recover the polymer that is accumulated in the bacterial cells. So this cartoon here is a representation of what really happens when the microbes accumulate the polymer granules. So the polymer granules are actually inside the bacterial cells, and once we harvest the bacterial cells, we have to break the bacterial cells and then remove the polymer granules from the bacterial cells. So this involves solvent extraction, chemical digestion, enzyme digestion, or even combination of solvents and chemicals, which is definitely costly. And in addition, it also affects the molecular weights of the polymer that is recovered from the bacterial cells. And besides that, there is also the waste treatment problems, because the residual cells that are left behind after the polymer is recovered have to be treated before the wastewater can be discarded. So all this results in high cost in terms of process and also instrumentation. So one of the innovation here that has been found to be very useful is we have found that the cells that we get from the fermentation process can be dried and fed directly to mealworms. So the picture here shows mealworms. I'm not sure if you're familiar or you have seen mealworms before. Mealworms are commonly found in pet shops. So you can actually buy mealworms to feed to like birds or reptiles or even fish, from pet shops. And mealworms are also being developed as a future source of protein. I think in the previous talk by Dr. Chris Abraham, he mentioned about this burger with the burger pate, which is the meat which is produced from alternative sources, which makes it more eco-friendly and less what do you call polluting, and you don't feel guilty of eating this animal-based meat. So along the way, I think insects are also a potential source of protein, and insects can be produced in a much more eco-friendly manner with less utilization of resources like water or land, and especially in countries like India and Malaysia, where it is warm throughout the year. Insects like mealworms, they can be cultivated very easily, and this what we found was that we can actually feed these mealworms with the bacterial cells, and what the mealworms do is that they eat the cells. However, they can't digest the polymer granules because the mealworms don't have the enzymes which is necessary to degrade or to digest the polymer. So what happens is that all the polymers comes out in their feces, and they can be recovered easily and used as a starting material of the biodegradable plastics. So this work was done by one of my PhD student, Dr. Zainab. She has completed her PhD, and she has optimized this entire process of feeding the bacterial cells to mealworms, as you can see here. And then the mealworms consume the cells, and they absorb all the nutrients like proteins and lipids from the bacterial cells. However, the polymer, which is non-digested by the mealworms, are secreted in the form of feces. And this can then be washed and purified easily just by washing with water, and you can get quite nice pure polymer as has been shown here. And this process is definitely much more cheaper, and it is also eco-friendly because we don't use chemicals, we don't use any solvents, and it also becomes a form of industrial symbiosis. So industrial symbiosis is also another term that is currently gaining popularity. Industrial symbiosis simply means the what do you call, like a cooperation between two different industries, a completely different field. So this is where transdisciplinary also comes in, where the cells from this microbial fermentation or biotechnology process can be passed on to the mealworm farm. This is what we are doing right now. And the mealworm farm, which is not actually interested in the bioplastic, but they are very happy to receive this free food for their mealworms, because we are giving the cells, the bacterial cells, to the mealworm farm for free. And the mealworm farms, of course, they are very happy to receive this feed. Otherwise, they have to pay quite a huge amount to buy the food for the mealworms. And then after feeding, the waste, which is the feces of the mealworms, which the mealworm farm, they don't need it, and they actually have a problem to discard the feces. It becomes what you call, like a return to us, because we are very happy to collect the feces back from the mealworm farm. So the mealworm farm is very happy because we give them the feed for the mealworms for free, and in addition, we also collect the feces from the mealworm farm. So which means they don't have to worry about the waste from the feces, the feces that is produced by the mealworms. And of course, for us also, it is very nice because we don't spend time on trying to recover the polymer. We get the feces and we just do simple washing, and we can get the polymer easily. So this is one example of how transdisciplinary research and also transdisciplinary cooperation can result in sustainable and also a circular economy. So in conclusion, what basically I have tried to show here is that first, that bio-based and biodegradable plastics are necessary to replace, not all, of course, we cannot replace all kinds of petrochemical plastics. There are engineering plastics like car, automobile components, which you don't want to biodegrade. Okay, you want your car to last for as long as possible. But of course, there are single-use plastics, the ones that we use for wrapping our food and for like straws and all these things, which you want them to degrade and to be recycled nicely. And for this, cost reduction is necessary. So this is where transdisciplinary innovation is necessary in order to establish sustainable processes that will result in economic feasibility. And the palm oil industry is just one example. Of course, depending on the country. If you have another kind of industry, for example, in India, maybe you have coconut or coconut trees in abundance, and you can look for resources from the coconut industry. So this, it doesn't have to be palm oil. It can be other kinds of feedstock. For Malaysia, of course, palm oil industry is one of the biggest agro industry, and therefore we focus on trying to develop processes to use the waste from the palm oil industry. And as I mentioned earlier, that industrial symbiosis and circular economy principles can provide transdisciplinary innovative solution to build a sustainable society. And as we go on developing new solutions, I think it is important to keep in mind that we make a lot of mistakes. I think we have seen a lot of technologies that we invent or we develop. In the long run, it becomes a problem. We actually cause more problems. So therefore, it is important to keep in mind that when we use large quantities of biomass and renewable resources, we are actually tapping into tropical forests, which can result in loss of tropical rainforests and also biodiversity. And the animals that live in the forest, like orangutan and also other animals, we endanger them either directly or indirectly. And this is also in the long run is not sustainable, and is also ethically not right. So there are a lot of issues that we have to keep in mind, and we already see the problems that we ourselves have caused, such as global warming, climate change. Therefore, we have to think far ahead when we develop new processes of using, for example, forest resources. How would that affect our environment in the long run? Maybe not in the next 10 years or 20 years, but in 100 years, how would that affect our, our surroundings and also our environment? And finally, the most important thing is conversion of food to fuel or material. This is also an issue that we should not forget, that maybe in some country that are more wealthy, it is okay to convert some of our feedstock, which can actually be used as food to feed humans in other countries. So this is something that we also have to be sensitive and keep in mind, so that we choose technologies that are good not only for our own country, but also that is fair to the entire world. So with that, I would thank you, and I would be very happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was a highly informative presentation on the production of biodegradable plastics and so on. Thank you, sir. Now we move on to the discussion session, sir. So one of the questions was raised by the research scholar. Can I put forward?
Yes, sure.
Yes, sir. So what are the difficulties we have faced on the installation of the biodegradable plastics in the society, sir? That is when we are installing into the society that is on the platform, what are the difficulties we may face, sir?
Well, that's a very tough question to answer because there are a lot of difficulties. Many countries are trying to implement policies and also, to encourage people to change their behavior. So I think this is the most difficult problem that we have. Changing behavior is not easy. Once we are used to something, it is very difficult to think or even do things differently. And for this, I think education is the most important. I think we have to educate people from when they are very young, and also it is important to be transparent in the kind of alternatives that we are proposing. We can see a lot of greenwashing that is taking place nowadays. A lot of industries that are trying to make use or take advantage of this problem, and they're coming up with things like which they say is bioplastic, but when you really look into it, a small component of bio is incorporated into petrochemical plastics, and it is termed bioplastic. Technically it is not wrong. Technically it is bio, because as long as you have some biological component in the plastic, you can technically call or refer to it as bioplastic. However, it does not solve any problem. Because it only creates more problems, and it confuses people. And this is the current state of things that we are in, because there are a lot of this kind of greenwashing that is taking place, which makes it more complicated. So it's not easy. I don't have an easy solution. I think every country have to come up with their own solution to encourage and also to educate people on the use of more eco-friendly materials. Thank you.
So another one question from scholar Priya. She asked, what are the preparation of biodegradable plastics? What are the additional laboratory facilities we should need it?
Okay, I showed some pictures just now. In fact, behind me, I don't know whether you can see the background. So the fermentation facilities are like bioreactors. You need huge vessels with stirrers and with ability to be autoclaved, sterilized, and all. So these are all very expensive facilities, and this is just a small facility that you can see behind me. For industrial scale production, it has to be like 20 times larger than this. So we're talking about 20,000 tons, scale of production. So these are not cheap. So this is one of the challenges in commercializing and also in order to produce biodegradable plastics. So it needs countries to put in efforts in order to set up this kind of facilities. So that is one in terms of infrastructure. So besides the infrastructure, I think of course you also need the human talents. You need people with microbiology background, who knows how to handle microorganisms, who knows how to culture microorganisms, who knows how to formulate medium, culture medium and nutrients for the microorganisms. So a microbiologist is essential. So besides microbiologists, this is where all these other transdisciplinary things comes in. You definitely need a chemical engineer. Chemical engineer who will be able to deal with all these fermentation processes, all the heat transfer systems, all the fluid dynamics. So you definitely require engineers. And then in my process that I showed just now, where we deal with mealworm farms and all, so you also need people who can interact with people from completely different industries. So it really is a transdisciplinary thing, which requires a lot of people with different talents in order to develop and also to produce biodegradable plastics.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So one of our students, infant Rajula, is waiting to ask a question.
Okay.
Rajula?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yeah, morning. It's afternoon here already.
Oh, sorry, sir. So I'm from the chemistry department.
Yes.
And so, a student with chemistry background, what opportunities do we have in the bioplastic field or in the biodegradable world in foreign countries or even in Malaysia, sir?
Well, chemistry, I think I forgot to mention chemistry. I think the core of this entire biodegradable plastic is chemistry. It's polymer chemistry. You know, these plastics are all polymers, and basically, in order to understand polymers, you need to understand chemistry. So you are right in the center of this entire process. And plastics are wonderful material. Like I mentioned earlier, even petrochemical plastics are wonderful material. You know, you can make it into transparent materials, you can make it into hard crystalline material, you can make it into amorphous flexible material. All these are chemistry. So if you have good chemistry background, I think you would be essential in developing biodegradable plastics. Because one of the important thing in using biodegradable plastic is to tailor make the biodegradable plastics to degrade under certain conditions. So this is where chemistry is the utmost key important discipline that is needed. So you must understand about the polymer structure, and you must understand about crystallinity of the polymer, and how enzymes degrade the polymer, and how can you control the degradation so that the plastic straw that you buy does not start degrading before you even used it. You know, while you still have the plastic straw in your home, you know, before you have used it, it is already starting to degrade. So you don't want such materials. You only want it to degrade when it is discarded, or when it is put into a compost, or when it is put into a landfill. So this requires a lot of knowledge in chemistry, polymer chemistry especially.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for answered all the questions, sir.
Okay, thank you.
On behalf of the management, I thank Dr. Sudesh Kumar,
Okay, thank you.
Professor, School of Biological Sciences, University Saints, Malaysia. So thank you for your time and being a part in our TREES Conference 2021. Thank you, sir, for the insights on renewable resources, biodegradable plastics, which lead to the environmental sustainability. Your research work covered the Sustainable Development Goals such as 7, that is affordable and clean energy, and 11. May God bless all your findings of protecting the environment, sir. The imprints made by you will be cherished in our minds forever. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. I thank all the faculty members, resource scholars, and students for your kind participation. Now I hand over the session to Dr. Emima.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us the other side of plastics. Yes, Emima.
We are very much grateful to Professor Dr. K. Sudesh Kumar for sharing his expertise in the area of biodegradable plastics, which is the need of the hour, and giving awareness on the important issues our future generation will face and start finding solutions for the problems yet to come. And my sincere thanks goes to Dr. J. Amala Infant Joyce for moderating the session. The next session will be moderated by Dr. Priscilla, Assistant Professor, Department of History. Ma'am, kindly take over the session, ma'am.
A warm welcome to Professor N. Rajendran. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are very honored to have you here. And we acknowledge that Professor Rajendran is the mentor for our UGC project. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Over to Priscilla. I think we've lost connectivity with Priscilla.
Dr. Sheila, shall I share my PPT now, or
yes,
after I start my
lecture? Good afternoon to all. Ma'am?
Yes.
Sheila, ma'am?
I think Priscilla has joined.
Ma'am? Yes, ma'am, joined, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Yes, Priscilla, take over.
Good afternoon to all. A well-known proverb states, do not judge each day by the harvest you reap. but by the seeds that you plant.
Priscilla ma'am, you're not audible.
Ma'am, continue, ma'am. Ma'am, we can hear you. Continue, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. A well-known proverb states, do not judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds that you plant. I am confident that this session is akin to the seed that we are planting for our future. According to Mr. Henry, a good teacher may inspire optimism, spark imagination, and develop a passion for learning. This statement is very pertinent to our primary guest today. I take pleasure in extending my warm and cordial welcome to our resource person, Professor N. Rajendran, former Vice Chancellor, Alahapa University, Karikudi, and Sir, also our mentor, UGC Stride, Holy Cross College, Tiruchirappalli. Sir graduated MA in History from Pachiyappa's College, Chennai, and later pursued and graduated both MPhil and PhD from University of Madras. Sir stepped in the field of teaching and research as a lecturer in the year 1982 and gradually reached the pinnacle in field's hierarchy as the founder director of Bhadadasan School of Management, Tiruchirappalli. Sir is an active member in the member of councils and professional bodies such as Board of Studies, Academic Council, Executive Council, and Research Board. Sir has published around 19 research papers, a list of national and international journals, and also published 5 books in national level. Sir has collaborated with ICHR and UGC New Delhi. We are enthralled with all to have such an experienced and capable resource person amidst us. A warm welcome to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
I hand over the session to Dr. Rajendran.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to get the feedback. Are you able to hear my voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, loud and clear. Yes. And also, I am sharing my PPT. Are you able to see the PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, I would like to thank. First of all, I would like to thank.
Connectivity, yeah. Share, no problem.
Sheila, are you able to see?
Yes, sir. Very much here. Able to see.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank
yes, no problem.
And Sister Dr. Christina Bridget, the principal of the very reputed college, Holy Cross College, Tiruchirappalli, and also the coordinator of the this program, Dr. Sheila Christopher. And I would like to again thank the entire faculty and also the people who are coordinating with this STRIDE program. And alongside all the learned resource persons who have preceded me and who are going to succeed me in addressing this 2 days international conference, very timely organized by the Holy Cross College under the banner of the STRIDE program. And participants, dear students, once again, good afternoon. In fact, I belong to social sciences, basically. I think Dr. Priscilla has rightly said that I belong to a discipline known as history. But I'll be talking in general about the quality of education. And that is what exactly the STRIDE intend to do in India. In fact, they have brought together leading universities as well as colleges under this program. And they wanted to, in fact, UGC wanted to introduce a very important component called transdisciplinary research under this, say, STRIDE program. That is because Abasi, who belongs to Pondicherry University, he wrote an article very recently in Current Science. And there he was lamenting, in fact, he was lamenting and also pointing out that way back in 1970s, efforts were made in India to introduce the component of transdisciplinary research in India, because each one is carrying out their own research in their own, say, domain of knowledge, be it sciences, even sciences divided into very many compartments, and so the arts and humanities also. So never we had the opportunity to come together to see the human perspective, because the social perspective as well as the society itself is a complex phenomenon. And if you're going to see this complex phenomena only from one perspective or dimension, and we may miss the whole of the entire phenomenon. So naturally, what is required is a systemic approach to this, and hence there should be a collaboration between, say, experts from different disciplines. In the sense, it is not, we started with interdisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary approach, and now we move to transdisciplinary. And I think even Dr. Sudesh was talking about the interdisciplinary approach that is being carried out in the biological sciences, inviting experts from other science disciplines. But whereas you cannot imagine a person from literature collaborating with sciences. Normally, it is not so. And similarly, a history person collaborating with biotechnology. And even to think of that, sometimes we may think our epistemological barrier, the knowledge that is given to us, always makes us think that it is not possible. And just like history cannot be taught in higher education institutions of excellence, like IITs or IIMs, or for that matter, Indian Institute of Science. But the truth of the matter is, it is being taught in all these places. It is being pursued at the highest level, even at INSA and NISTED. So sometimes the knowledge that is given to us prevents us from understanding. And what is the, it is all boils down to one particular question. The question is about the quality of education in India, because education leads a nation from darkness to enlightenment. In fact, many nations, right from the beginning, and they have moved to a higher echelon of social status, and also, say, political status, and also economic status, because of the education and higher education itself. So India always considered education as a very important, say, ingredient. And that is because higher education in India received a predominant position in Indian society. And India has always been considered as a learned society for that matter. And that is the reason why we find that many universities flourish in India. Even in ancient times, like in Northwest, you have Takshila, Ujjain, Vikramasila, and also the greatest of the universities, Nalanda, which has been taken over now by UNESCO. And for some time, the Nobel laureate Amartya Sen has been associated with this Nalanda recreated university, and also University at Kanchipur. These universities flourished, say, 2000 years ago, which cannot be now thought of, because when we consider parallels, and there are scholars from the West like Fritz Zerol, who has studied the Orient, and he said that the kind of cultural and also ignorance of the Occident, which propelled the Occident to move towards the Orient. This is a statement made by Fritz Zerol Jr. In the Cambridge History volume. And also, we would like to say, of course, there are exceptions like Greco-Roman civilizations. In India, education has never been a kind of a means towards earning a good living, because today the parameters are different. The parameters are different because the national education policy itself underlines a particular, say, component. The particular component is that we have been producing knowledge, imparting knowledge in the portals of universities as well as colleges. But mere knowledge is not going to help. What is going to help is a skill also to be imparted. And hence, the graduates must possess both knowledge and skill. That is the underlying principle embodied in the National Education Policy, which has been rolled out in 2020. And this has been the halcyon days of India, where a great scholar like German scholar Max Muller, who made a profound study of the Indian literature and also Indian civilization culture, he said, in which country the mind has been fully developed to perceive the human developments. And to quote him, if I were asked under what sky the human mind has most fully developed, some of its choicest gifts, has most deeply pondered on the greatest problems of life, and has found solutions to some of them, which well deserve the attention of even those who have studied Plato and Kant. He comes to a conclusion, I should point out to India, to these. So this is a great, I think, great encomium paid by German scholar Max Muller about Indian, say, achievements. But what is today is entirely different. We are in a new world order. The new world order, there are many parameters which has changed the scenario, particularly the education scenario, the globalization, industrialization, both of them are associated with economic consequences, and also information technology, and it is closely associated with the cyber developments and their impact on education, and that is what is much more important. We cannot be oblivious, we cannot ignore the development that are taking place around us, and the education cannot be seen in isolation. Whatever changes that are taking place in industry, whatever changes that are taking place in society, and in the sphere of economics, in the sphere of information technology, and naturally they should also reflect in the quality of education. And that is the reason why we have the bodies like UGC, AICT, of course NCTE, Medical Council, all these regulatory bodies, they are giving importance to accommodate all these new developments in the curriculum of their respective disciplines. And what is the underlying principle of all this? To maintain quality and quality of students in higher education. And both center and state governments need to deal with the challenges posed with the demand. And that is because we have been given to, say, beaten track, a kind of a review has to be taken about beaten track set notions. And that is normally we have set notions of imparting education, both at the school level as well as at the college level. There are critics because we have borrowed, to be frank with us, we have borrowed the London School of Affiliating System from the colonial, say, system of education, because our education system, unlike others for other countries, has three dimensions. One is pre-colonial education, colonial education, and post-colonial or independent education system. And when we attained independence, we had only 25 universities. Now we have more than 950 universities, state, central, as well as private and deemed. And we had 500 colleges on dawn of independence. Now we have more than 39,000 colleges are there. But the kind of education that is being given in all these institutions, though there is a considerable change of late, but by and large, the model that has been borrowed from the affiliating system, that is being followed till now. So this is a kind of a set notions about the education of examinations, imparting knowledge, as well as the learning attitudes of students. And we also work with certain comfort zones and work styles also. Our comfort zones and work styles deals with our, say, 10 to 5 or 10 to 4 hours of learning, and again the system of examination, and creativity is not given much more importance. That's the most. Now this STRIDE program itself is introducing research as a basic component for the simple reason because knowledge again is multidimensional in character. Sometimes we tend to think we tend to create hierarchy of knowledge, and I think that is a very myopic idea to have a hierarchy of knowledge. This has been done even earlier. The mathematician René Descartes, he wrote a piece called Discourse on Methods. In Discourse on Methods, he classified knowledge itself. He called them as episteme and epistemology. And he included in epistemology certain disciplines like physics and mathematics and metaphysics and philosophy. He excluded from this, from the realm of knowledge or episteme, disciplines like literature and history. This classification itself is a kind of a worldview with which we are operating, even in at the policy making level, even at the say educationists, and even learners also have these set notions and also the attitudes of towards learning itself. So this comfort attitude is that once you say cover a syllabus and go for examination, and then you pass the examination, there ends the matter. So we have been talking to a Malaysian professor. I have been able to listen to some of part of his lecture. I was in Singapore, especially in NTU, Nanyang Technology University, and one of the leading universities competing with the National University, a reputed university. In 35 years, they attained a great strides in education and also in the world ranking itself. What is very, important is that when we entered a classroom, we wanted to see certain classrooms in Nanyang Technology University. But there we do not have the set pattern of classroom itself, where you have rows of benches and chairs or tables where students sit in the conventional fashion. But what we found was like round tables as you attend a dinner party, where these round tables, students sit around this round table, and also their laptops are connected to a screen. 3 sides there are screens, huge screens, and the moment the teacher enters the classroom, naturally he poses a question of particular coursework, and there are questions emerging on the screen, and these questions are asked by the students on the subject that is being discussed. So naturally, the students are not at the receiving end. They are not. There is no monologue as now it's happening. Perhaps we will have a dialogue at the end of the presentation. But immediately the teacher is prompted to answer those questions, and thereby there is a continuous interaction between teacher and the taught, which is student-centric learning. And it is not a comfort zone. Mind you, all the teachers know very well. These questions are unprepared questions because already the students, they have done their homework, and they have done the homework. When they attend the class, they are raising their own doubts. Today, knowledge is not a closed book. That is the most important. Earlier, we know very well that the entire book is not open to the students. So only unless and otherwise the teacher enters the classroom and then makes a discourse on that particular subject, and naturally the students are revealed about that particular, say, course or a discipline. But today it is not so. The students, they can very well have a prior look and also all regarding the entire dimension of the course that they are undergoing and the subject that is being taught to them. And naturally, they have the outside inputs because of the science and technology, particularly information technology, and information at their fingertips. So every time they can check of what is being said by the teacher. This is a very, say, uncomfortable situation. It is not a comfort zone for the teacher. So students cannot remain silent. And if you allow the students to remain silent, then it is really a big, say, we cannot achieve what we are trying to achieve. Because the entire STRIDE program is to create a research environment not only for say PhD students and MPhil students, even at the classroom, we need to create a research attitude. So that is the reason why the policy making body and administration, implementation of higher education, they have to revitalize this particular attitude of say learning and teaching. And about education, I would like to just say what is the idea of Swami Vivekananda, who said very revolutionary things about many things. Here he says education should develop individuality of the students, and it should also make them realize what is going around them. And this is what exactly education. I have chosen humanities and human sciences, particularly human sciences and transdisciplinary research. And this is in STRIDE component. These two words are used very specifically, particularly humanities and human sciences are very specifically used. And the arts and humanities, and these are the oldest, say, disciplines. Some of the disciplines like politics, history, literature, these precede social sciences because social sciences is a very relatively younger discipline or younger branch of knowledge, which encompasses leaving alone literature, other disciplines like sociology, economics, and politics, history, etc. Even psychology, anthropology. So even the word sciences, if you go by the definition of Encyclopedia Volume 1 of Science and Technology, the word sciences comes from the Latin word scientia, which means to know, and which is of the origin during the modern period. When we say modern period, it's in the roughly around 15th century, and which means whether the word science existed earlier, the practice of science existed. Most importantly, the practice of science existed even in civilizations or countries like Rome, Greece, as well as Egypt, India, and China. The practice of science existed, but the word science did not was not used. Whereas the word natural philosophy was used, particularly in the Roman civilization as well as in the Greek civilization. Hence, social sciences is relatively a younger discipline, which encompasses a philosophy of positivism, and naturally it encompasses a methodology also. It has a methodology to study the society in a scientific way. Whereas human sciences, it is not a reaction, but even way back in 1887, the great German scholar Wilhelm Delty, he used this particular term of human sciences in his well-known work, Introduction to Human Sciences, in 1887. Because human sciences, again, he distinguished two branches of sciences, human sciences. One is, of course, the natural science. The other, of course, is what we call sciences dealing with the study of society. Whereas human sciences can be, the natural sciences can be understood, and also general laws can be passed. That's what what is known as under nomothetic. With nomos, this means general, a general or what we call a generalization can be made. That is what is the Greek term of nomos, which means general. Whereas opposite to that, to study the human sciences or society, the word ideographic. Ideos means again in Greek, it means peculiar or unique in character. And William Dilthey himself said, to study the human sciences, they need to be contextualized in the socio-cultural milieu of the societies we are studying. So you cannot make generalizations. Generalize the parameters that are available. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens in the sense when we make a review of literature, we borrow many foreign scholars who have made say studies in Africa, who made studies in say East Asia, who made studies in Europe, but apply these parameters to our own societies, our own society in Polimalai or in Kiranu. I think I do not know whether you can apply those norms to our own settings, because each knowledge system need to take into account the socio-cultural milieu of the system. There is no straitjacket approach to research itself. You cannot borrow methodology, it's all right. Even designing your methodology also requires a lot of thinking. Particularly, Stride is went upon this, and human science is very effectively used, more prominently used in postmodernist thinkers like Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, and those who followed them. They use human sciences very frequently. And what is the aim of say Stride? What is the aim of Stride? That is, main aim is to integrate education, general education, and research to create centers of academic excellence. No, here we must understand one thing. Generally, education does not have the component of research in it. We have to accept this, because we always see education as one polar and research is another polar. Of course, you can bring research under education, but Hockett, the American scholar, who put it very nicely when he said, the roots of good teaching, which is education, are indeed nourished in the soil of research. So you cannot separate research from teaching itself. If you want to be a good, say, teacher or give a good impart good learning, and naturally research component need to be taken into account, and they need to be integrated, and that is the primary objective of Stride, and that is the reason why they have introduced this component of how well we can integrate. That is what the Stride is all about. The Stride is to young scholars at the graduate level and postgraduate level, even at the research scholars level. They have to learn, and including the faculty, they have to learn the art of integrating research with the education, or education with research. And another thing is, systematic research is the key to understand all domains of human existence and improve the quality of life. The end result is to improve the quality of life itself. So the research should create a quest for new knowledge and joy of research and dynamism in the education system itself. Joy of research in the sense, when they try to learn anew, they need to, what it may be their conventional subjects, but there should be a quest for learning. This is what we call joy of research. What they would like now, people are doing the social media as well as the ICTE. It facilitates the younger students to do this research, which they are doing continuously. Even if you go to a doctor and the doctor prescribes a medicine, the next thing they do is take the prescription and go to Google and search for what exactly is the medicine, whether it is an antibiotic, what are the side effects, what are the benefits. So in some of the doctors, they have a board saying, do not trust Google, trust the doctor. So that is where we are standing. Of course, curiosity kills the cat also sometimes. So this is not a curiosity in the sense in research. We would like to know what is happening in our own discipline. And this is again to create a kind of a research ecosystem in colleges, attributes such as academic integrity. And if you have academic integrity, we need not have plagiarism software. If you have academic integrity, definitely we need not have, say, plagiarism software itself. Because academic integrity is that we have to create something original. And there is also a misnomer. If you copy from one book, it is plagiarism. If you copy from 100 books, it is a scholarly work. And this is by the way. But anyway, it is not copying. You can always borrow the ideas and also acknowledge those ideas. And that is what we call citation. And the citation is very important, both as a footnote as well as, say, bibliography. And this is again creates academic integrity is a very a great component which need to be cultivated among the youngsters, and research culture among students and the faculty, and establish a network of colleges and universities. Sometimes all the colleges and the universities, they function as islands. So there is no coordination in some of the universities where they have facilities like very advanced, say, equipments are there, and naturally these equipments may not be available in colleges. So the students could be allowed to access the instruments available in universities and the knowledge available in universities. We had a system where college students can go to universities. Even in Bharatidasan University, this was available in Saturdays. So whatever subjects they have selected or courses they have selected in a program, so they can attend these courses on Saturdays. University bus, it is called intercollegiate program, and this need to be revitalized. First of all, both for research, accessing knowledge, as well as accessing the equipments themselves, facilities themselves. And again, this connecting link is high impact research. So high impact research need not be done only where facilities are available. If you are going to have this idea, if you want to give wings to your idea, naturally you have to have this link with the universities. And of course, rightly as you are doing now for this program, bringing in both experts from national level as well as international level, it is essential that we make use of the availability of scholars from abroad at the international level as well as at the national level. Now the technology makes it feasible. And collaborative research is another important thing which is very much missing. Because even in social sciences, we find in sciences also, you can collaborate with industries, you can collaborate with hospitals, a biomedical department can collaborate with a hospital, and similarly, some of the management departments can collaborate with some of the leading industries. So, what is their requirement? And we can produce knowledge according to the requirements of the say stakeholders. And this is again is grossly missing, and collaborative research is what a STRIDE program wants. Again, support for high impact research in humanities and human sciences is what STRIDE intends, particularly the focus of transdisciplinary research. And this includes arts and culture and knowledge system. And transdisciplinary research is a team effort. So we must distinguish between interdisciplinary nature, sociology and economics, politics and history, or vice versa. This is interdisciplinary. Again, you have a physics department collaborating with the mathematics department, again interdisciplinary. But transdisciplinary is where are 3 or 4 departments coming together and doing research. This is multidisciplinary. Whereas transdisciplinary is what I have been telling, a department which is totally cut off. Say we have schools, we have even say faculty of arts, faculty of management, we have faculty of sciences, we have faculty of language and literature. So we do not integrate into one. So here, when from one faculty to other faculty, they have a collaborative research that is transdisciplinary, which I'll give some examples in the later slides. And this is again to create conceptual, theoretical, and methodological innovations. So research cannot be done just like that. There is a deep learning involved in research. Unfortunately, we think suddenly knowledge comes out of us. Definitely, it cannot be done. Knowledge is a cumulative aspect. Knowledge is a cumulative process. It cannot be attained in one day. In any good research, I think all the young scholars, you must read. There is a small 4 or 5 pages thesis and assignment writing. It's a book. It is easily available. It is published by Wiley. If you go to Amazon, I think you can order the book. It now costs around 300. I bought it for 100 rupees way back in the 80s. But that book is very, very, as a great eye-opener. A case study has been given. It is in the same heading, case study. What is good research? That is what is the case study is about. All those young scholars, young students must read that case study. Then you will be motivated. You will understand what is real research itself. Research is a labor of love. It cannot be done overnight. And the most important thing is this transdisciplinary research transcends discipline, specific approach to common problems. So all of us, again, we are entrenched in our own compartments of knowledge. But to approach a common problem, if it's a common problem like a pandemic we are facing, or a disaster management, it is a multi-dimensional approach that is required. So we need to transcend our own specific disciplines to approach these common problems. Civic problem, there are examples like town planning, drinking water supply, electricity. IIT Chennai, they are providing electricity of solar electricity to villages in Rajasthan. So whatever knowledge, innovation they have created and incubation that has taken place, which is being put into practice for a social cause. So you can have, they have a incubation division. A park is innovation park is there. I think you can be in touch with the IIT Madras and go there and see them what they are doing, and then we can apply our knowledge to the civic problems. And agriculture, organic and sustainable practices, health and hygiene, particularly rural health, open defecation free, and facing a pandemic situation, we need young scholars also giving a helping hand in the pandemic situation. Schools with hygienic surroundings, because there is no social impact analysis of the pandemic situation. There is no social impact analysis of the pandemic situation. This is again, our research parameters or research tools are not used to understand what is happening at the social level. So, of course, this is again, I've indicated. Now we come to what is the new dimensions of research, transdisciplinary research. First of all, to be focused towards society. Use of multi-interdisciplinary concepts integrate science and society. That is, society, I mean human sciences. Again, transdisciplinary research includes innovation and entrepreneurship. which means each of the institution, higher educational learning institution, should have innovation cell. Sometimes we feel innovation, we need to give coaching or we need to give workshop. Of course, workshop is nothing wrong, where you have case studies or say discussed, as well as some of these case studies as well as seminars and workshops are motivational in nature, because innovation comes from a lateral thinking. It doesn't come from, and that is the reason why you have say Facebook, creator of Facebook, or the founder of Apple or Microsoft. These people had not a conventional way of thinking. They have unconventional way of thinking, or what we call lateral thinking. All of us cannot do that. All of us cannot be innovators. But the idea is to create the idea of innovation in the classroom so that we can produce a great number of innovators. Because one of the truths that are facing us is, way back in 1917, Pushpa Bhargav, the noted science writer, he wrote a center page article in Hindu. He said, after, say, Sir C.V. Raman, this country has not produced not even a single Nobel laureate in sciences. No, not even a single Nobel laureate in sciences in the Indian labs. All the Indian scholars who received, even the nephew of Sir C.V. Raman, he received the Nobel Prize working in the foreign lab. The latest being Ramakrishnan. So naturally, these people have been working, though they were born in India, they were Indians, they had their early education in India. Even the economist who received Banerjee, he was working in foreign university. So this is a situation, this is a reality, which means we need to have innovation and also entrepreneurship to support entrepreneurship. And the transdisciplinary research should address national priorities like pandemic, local need-based requirements, and globally significant. I'm just giving you certain examples of transdisciplinary research. For example, we have Vashant Shinde. Vashant Shinde is now he is a chancellor. Earlier he was vice chancellor of Deccan College, Pune. He is a well-renowned archaeologist. And Neeraj Roy. Neeraj Roy was a biotechnologist. You cannot imagine Neeraj Roy, a biotechnologist, and Vashant Shinde, an archaeologist, working together. In fact, they had a project to study the human remains of Harappan sites. At the Harappan sites, you have Indus Valley civilization, you have human remains. Earlier, anthropologists studied those human remains. This is the first time that Neeraj Roy, a biotechnologist, working along with Vashant Shinde, this is exactly the transdisciplinary nature. This is exactly the transdisciplinary nature, where Neeraj Roy belonging to biotechnology and Vashant Shinde belonging to archaeology doing that. Similarly, even today, when Kiradi excavation has been done, there is a paper on, say, nature. Nature has published a paper where 7 scholars have contributed. Scholars from, say, biotechnology, scholars from physics, scholars from biosensors, scholars, of course, from archaeology. All these people, 7 people jointly published a paper. Can you imagine an archaeologist publishing in Nature? Normally, it is not so. The historian publishing a paper in Nature, normally not so. But because it is a transdisciplinary research, and Nature has published this paper. And this is what exactly required at this time. And here, Vashant Neeraj Roy, they use genomics as a tool to understand the study the bones, and they come to a conclusion. Similarly, we have historians. Normally, it is an anathema to historians to use statistics, statistics in the real sense. But here you have R.W. Fogel, Robert William Fogel, who was given Nobel Prize in 1994. Ambirajan, who was a late Professor Ambirajan, of IIT Madras of Economics Department. He wrote an article in Hindu saying Nobel Prize for exploring the past, and that is for R.W. Forger. Though he belongs to Economics Department, and he was using statistics, Cleometry. Cleo is muse of history, goddess of history. So Cleo means history. Metrics is of course quantitative. So quantitative history. So he used this for a study of railroads in American economic growth, and which is not significant here. Even in India, you have scholars working on like this. D.D. Kosambi was a mathematician trained at Harvard, but he came here and took a interest in Indian culture, and he published a book way back in 1960s. This is being republished by Orient Black Swan. It is available online in 2018 as e-book. It is, the title of the book is Indian Numismatics, and definitely historians cannot read this book because this book involves the large amount of, say, mathematics, because Kosambi is basically a statistician. He has studied the earliest coins, Indian coins, called Panchmat coins. He collected 12,000 coins and he worked on it for 26 long years to produce 200 odd pages. This is what really scholarship. We have many scholars from Aligarh Muslim University and Professor Subrailu of Tamil University, along with Norubu Karashima. They used it. Again, there is a transdisciplinary research even here. Dr. R. Balasubramaniam of IIT Kanpur, he published a paper in Current Science and studying the iron pillar in, very near to Qutub Minar in Delhi. And similar study has been carried out by Indira Gandhi Atomic Research Center, Kalpakam. And there is a combination between understanding different disciplines. Emmanuel Leroy Laduri, he belongs to an old school of historians. He used environmental history to study. For example, Al Gore, you know, he was the vice president under Clinton's regime. And he, along with Rajendra Pachauri, shared a Nobel Prize. And he wrote a book, Earth in the Balance, a very interesting book, where he has used the same concept as pointed out by Emmanuel Leroy Laduri. There is a turning point in French Revolution. Everybody is a very common thing. If you go to Google and you will find the turning point is the people of Paris asking for bread, but nobody gives answer. No historian gives answer for this question. It becomes a cliche when narrating this event in French. It's a turning point in French. But answer to this was given by Emmanuel Leroy Laduri, and it was endorsed by Al Gore in his book Earth in the Balance, because the entire Europe was reeling under, say, bad season. When we say bad season, which means Europe was having heavy snow for 5 seasons, not even a grass can grow, which has been documented by many and used. These documents were used both by Emmanuel Leroy Laduri and Al Gore, and which proves that the environment was one of the cause for the French Revolution. You take any book, kindly, I'm sure you take any book that is available, including your own book available in your history department. Definitely this particular cause is not listed as one of the causes for French Revolution, but the main cause has been there was shortage of food that is due to the weather condition that was prevailing in France at that time. So this is again another studying of emotions, where you have sociology, anthropology, and psychology being used by Lucien Febvre. It is called History of Emotions. The Royal Touch. It's a very interesting thing how a disease, scrofula, can be say healed by simply the king touching the diseased person can heal. So they were studying the mind of the people, where you have been they have been involving different disciplines. Now the new research parameters are to be taken into account, because the quality is being say NAC insists, which is ranking the assessing the institutions and also giving the ranks from A++ to C, and again NIRF, the National Institute of Ranking framework. Yearly they are publishing ranking because now funding is based on performance. So it is both the NAC and NIRF ranking that earns funding from government funding bodies. And besides, we have Shanghai Times Higher Education, which is very recently published QS ranking. And the transdisciplinary research has an advantage. In social sciences, they have H index can be say they can have the H index and impact factor. They can publish their article in impact as I indicated in Nature. The people from social sciences can have H index, and these are the parameters they should understand first. So the need of the hour, the transdisciplinary research should focus on quality of life. There are certain developments like internationalization, technological development, changes in welfare state, and increasing flexibility of the individual life course. So TDR, social scientists have to work together with industry, governments, and civil society. Today, the public policy together with industry and civil society require there is a for policy making contributions from the researchers. So what scholars and researchers require is a collaborative approach between sciences and human sciences and other interrelated subjects for a systematic approach to research questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Since we are running short of time, we are not taking questions from the participants.
Okay.
Priscilla, will you take over? Priscilla, are you there? Okay, on behalf of STRIDE and this conference, I take this opportunity to thank you so much, sir. And as always, you've been a guiding force to us. Yes, Priscilla.
Good afternoon to all. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. In line with words of Albert Painter, saying thank you is more than good manners. It is good spirituality. It's my privilege to express my deep sense of gratitude and sincere thanks to Professor N. Rajendran, former Vice Chancellor, Alakappa University, for his enlightened talk on human sciences and transdisciplinary research. Sir, you clearly explained about higher education system in India and its growth. He also gave insightful knowledge on transdisciplinary research for India's developing economy. Thank you for your informative talk, sir. I also communicate my thanks to our participants of the session. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes,
My most sincere gratitude to our mentor and our well-wisher, Professor N. Rajendran, for a very informative session on transdisciplinary research and its future. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. Priscilla for moderating the session. I would like to invite Dr. S. Catherine Sarah, Head Department of Botany, to moderate the session.
A warm welcome to Dr. Vijay. Thanks for joining with us, sir. This is Dr. Sheila here. We are eagerly awaiting your session. Over to Catherine.
Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all the...
Catherine, can you just show your video, please?
Yeah. No, just... Good afternoon, sir. A very good afternoon to all the audiences for this international virtual conference on transdisciplinary research and innovation for entrepreneurship and sustainability, TRICE 2021. On the verge of fourth invited lecture, I am happy to introduce our special speaker, Dr. Vijay Shankar Ashokan, electron microscopy researcher, Energy and Materials Division, Chalmers University of Technology, Gothenburg, Sweden, for the title Sustainable Development Goals, Environmental Approach and Interdisciplinary Research. Dr. Vijay Shankar Ashokan is a senior researcher from Chalmers University of Technology, Sweden, and working in Energy and Materials Division's Environment Inorganic Chemistry Department. Dr. Vijay Shankar Ashokan completed his graduation and post-graduation in interdisciplinary mode. He has obtained his Bachelor of Science with a specialization of Applied Sciences from Coimbatore Institute of Technology and Master of Science with specialization of Material Science from PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore. He has also obtained his doctoral degree from the University of Bergen, Norway, and finished up his postdoctoral research period from Zhejiang University, China. Dr. Vijay Shankar started his research career in Material Research Center, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, as an operator of scanning electron microscope, and now holds almost 15 years of experience in the field of electron microscope. So far, he have published 26 peer-reviewed articles in high-impact journals in Nature, Royal Society of Chemistry, ACS, Elsevier, and Springer publications, and presented his research in 21 international conferences held in 7 countries, and also has delivered 40+ invited talks and guest lectures. We are fortunate to hear from such an eminent and experienced and empowered person now. Now, I invite the special speaker, Dr. Vijay Shankar, to take over the session. The session is yours, sir. You are not audible.
Unmute your audio.
It's not audible, sir. Your voice is not audible. Can unmute, I think so. You want to unmute. Still not audible.
Just give me.
Now it is audible. Now it is audible, sir. Yes.
Is it audible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How many minutes do you have? Because it's already crossing the limit of lunch, is it?
Yeah.
Do we have time?
Is within 30 minutes. Within 30 minutes.
Yeah, I tried to cover. So is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's good.
Screen,
okay, I don't want to waste much more time. Yes, thank you for a good, a good introduction, and thank you for the nice arrangements, in particular with transdisciplinary research and innovation for entrepreneurship and sustainability. So, because we are in a world where we are working more closely with the sustainability goals, in particular with an environmental approach, so we need an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary research. So we have two terms so far we know which is familiar. There's an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. So there is a new terms which is arising in a research environment, in particular in a global arena, with a term that is transdisciplinary. So we'd like to start with the research questions. Before that, I will start with the terminology. So we need to understand what is a multidisciplinary. It draws on knowledge from different disciplines, but stays within their boundaries. The interdisciplinarity analyzes, synthesis, and harmonizes link between disciplines into a coordinated and coherent whole. For example, I was carrying out interdisciplinary courses from my undergraduate as a professor, Madam. Could you please mute? Sorry, Madam, could you please mute? Yeah, okay. So I was carrying out an interdisciplinary courses from my undergraduation. That's an applied science and a material science, from where you are connecting physics and chemistry, and finally you are getting a picture which is coming out from the combination of these things, or including the mathematics. When we are doing a nano research, sometimes we need to get an information from the physics perspective and the chemistry perspective, which makes a growth mechanism. Then finally, you are getting the nano material into an applications. So that stays there interdisciplinarity. When I'm speaking multidisciplinarity, for example, I am working now in an energy and materials division. Though there are students working within chemistry, in particular the corrosion science. So that's completely a different field. and I'm working with the microscopy. I'm just getting samples from them, and I will work with microscopy. And there are some new set of teams, they work with thermodynamics. So we don't need to sit together, but I have a sample, I do some analysis, I give some report. There are some corrosion science people, they do some corrosion exposure, they have some samples and report. And there are some thermodynamic people, right? So this is like a multidisciplinary approach. It draws on knowledge from different disciplines, but stays within their boundaries. I don't need to learn corrosion science much into that. I don't need to learn experimental part in that. So thermodynamic people, they don't require any microscopy knowledge. So they are staying in their boundaries, but we are coordinated. And that's a multidisciplinary. So the transdisciplinary, now it's a new terminology that integrates the natural, social, and health sciences in a humanities context. Keep in mind that should be in a humanities context, considering the environmental and societal need, and in particular, it's a natural. We need to think everything in terms of nature. So that transcends the traditional boundaries. So it's crossing the traditional boundaries. So it's giving a new approach of research. So that's the introduction to the topic first, because I wanted all the students to know why we are using such three different terminologies, right? So let me go one by one. So let's stick to the terminology. That's a transdisciplinary approach for a sustainable development. So what do you mean by that? A transdisciplinary approach to sustainability proceeds from a socio-culture to the biophysical, addressing a complex environmental problems first as a social challenges, which provides the organizing principle for integrating the appropriate scientific knowledge. So we are aiming for some certain sustainable development to the world in terms of a complex environmental problems which has grown to a number of folds, unimaginable. So I will explain you such things in later of my slides. Before that, I go one by one with few more examples. For example, the Professor Rajendran was talking about some transdisciplinary research where the archaeology and science or physics and chemistry is involved. This is one of the good example. This is around the wood steel, which was manufactured in Tamil Nadu, that's in Kodumanal before 2000 years. So there are some evidence which is found around the world. One of which is the Damascus steel, where they found a curious and interesting combination or the interesting alloying element within the steel that doesn't found within the European production even for 2000 years. Then they come to a conclusion that's a special steel which is made up of certain combinations. That's called a wood steel that comes from Tamil Nadu, Kodumanal. So this is linking archaeological, because the Kodumanal is now getting booming in archaeological perspective. So the material science can be involved to understand in detail about the metallurgy and combining with archaeology, right? So there is another example. I don't want to show this. Okay, anyway, there is another example that's even a professor was mentioning. That's Kiladi potteries. That's you might have come across red and black potteries which found in 6th century BC. But now there are some researchers. Of course, there are a few of my friends and colleagues are in this paper, which was published in Nature last year. They found a carbon nanotubes which was similar to this wood steel sword or the Damascus steel. So this is one of the little bit curious to the material scientists, in particular to the microscopist, to understand the phenomena behind it. So here again, it's combining the archaeology and the metallurgy or material science, in particular the electron microscopy, right? So these are the new things now we are adding upon. Anyway, so let's go to the next slides. So with Professor Albert Einstein. So professionally curious changing agent, that's called research, and those are researchers. So in a simple term, any fool can know, but the point is to understand. The important thing is not to stop questioning. The curiosity has its own reason for existing. So he said, I have no special talent. I'm only passionately curious. Okay, with this one, I just go with my research introduction. So I'm basically a microscopist. I started my career in Indian Institute of Sciences Material Research Center as a scanning electron microscopy operator. Now, in 15 years, I've grown much, even in my physical nature and in microscopy knowledge. So we are working very closely with different fields. We can say I'm working closely with biological research. I'm working closely with the environmental research. I'm working closely with the material science and nanoscience. But I'm sticking my research expertise within the microscopy part. So I have now experience in 5 different international universities working with the microscopy laboratories of fully advanced equipments and techniques. Anyway, so I have privilege to work with Sumio Ijima's student, Professor Chung Jin. You might have come across the name Sumio Ijima. He discovered carbon nanotubes through transmission electron microscopy imaging. So my professor Chung Jin was working with him during those period, and he was part of the team. And later on, he created a separate 2-dimensional material, graphene and carbon nanotubes microscopy research in China. Then I joined with him. I was the first postdoctoral or first international researcher in his group anyway. Rest are Chinese. So we had a good fun time in the microscopy lab. We learned a lot. That makes me or that shaped me to this level, I can say. So I wanted to acknowledge Professor Chung Jing for his contribution in my life anyway. Yes. So apart from that, I have developed few international collaboration around the world, including my institutions where I did PhDs and postdocs. Apart from that, I have European and Indian collaborations, which have good number of publications. We have good number of researchers which is carrying out. I also a part of faculty team in University of Jaffna last year, taking courses in Indo-Norwegian and Sri Lankan collaboration project, which holds master's degree in clean energy. I was handling material characterization, and recently, just last week, I have joined as a visiting faculty in Periyar Manima University, Thanjavur, where I'm going to be work in chemistry department, mostly through online. Anyway, so this is my collaboration network. So currently I'm sitting in Gothenburg, that's a Scandinavian city in Sweden. Volvo's headquarters is located in Gothenburg. And Chalmers University, which is famous among the Swedish community or the Scandinavian community for its research and education, in particular with the technology, science and architecture. And most important and the curious part of Chalmers is it's working on energy with an advancement of different areas, combining all the areas into the field of sustainability development goals. That's a very famous quote from Chalmers. We are working for sustainable development goal. Anyway, so there are more businesses, there are more contributions from the societal need, there are more contributions from the research, there are more contribution towards entrepreneurship, and there are more contribution to the energy goals of Sweden. So that makes Chalmers a film. Anyway, this is one of the example where the fossil-free energy districts, that's a Gothenburg where I'm living. So there are a few streets which is connected through this fossil-free energy district phenomena or the principles from the contribution of Chalmers, making a local energy market in a different scale of approach. Using artificial intelligence, like combining the artificial intelligence and the electronic engineering and the research goals of Swedish Energy Council. So it's all combined together to form a renewable energy sources towards a fossil-free energy district. Yeah, so that's our group. That's a high temperature corrosion groups. We are one of the world leading research group in terms of high temperature corrosion, like mitigating the high temperature corrosion issues in energy industries, in particular with the biomass industries, bioenergy industries, and solid oxide fuel cells, where there are need for high temperatures like around 500 to 700, 800 degrees Celsius, where there are more stainless steels are still used, and there are corrosion issues at that temperature due to the corrosive environment. So we are now need to give a solution to the energy industries, because they are working for the renewable energies, in particular with a sustainable development goal, in particular with the Swedish energy policies, in particular with the European energy policies. But with those industries, we need to solve the issues what they are encountering in the day-to-day activities. So our team is like a combination of metallurgy, combination of material science. As I told you, we are combined with the electron microscopy, and there are thermodynamic people working together to shape this group. So with this high temperature corrosion group, we have nearly now 24 companies working together with the Energy Research Council of Sweden. And so actually the slide was from previous year, that's 18 companies, but now from this month we have 24 member companies in our HTC, that's a high temperature corrosion center. And not only within the Sweden, but in and around Scandinavia, like Norway, Denmark, and also there are some research units and commercial units from UK for the solid oxide fuel cell company. That's a Ceres Power. So this is how we are collaborating and working together. And we have few successful stories in global market potential, and there are sustainable society vision we developed. We have framed certain alloys for some companies. The Sandvik is famous for stainless steel making. We are one of the solution provided to the company. And of course, I am mostly working with microscopy, and we are working towards greener future together. So this is one of the example where I wanted to show you, because this is a solid oxide fuel cell. You know, the electrochemistry behind it. There are some anode, there are some cathode, there are airflow, there are fuel flows in some solid oxide fuel cell. There are the fuel is hydrogen. So when this is moving on, there need to be a connection part that's called an interconnect. So those interconnects are made up of ferritic stainless steel. The corrosion occurs in this part in most probably. Of course, I'm leaving other cathode and anode part as of now. So this is a high temperature region where we need to solve the issues of corrosion. Then the efficiency of solid oxide fuel cell will be empowered. And the lifetime of solid oxide fuel cell will be strengthened or improved, extended. So to increase the longevity of the fuel cell coatings around the interconnect in the solid oxide fuel cell, we are working closely with the corrosion unit, and I'm providing some basic data from the microscopy perspective. For example, in this, we are combining the thermodynamics and the microscopy to understand how the oxide growth occurs. So we want to know for this type of oxides, this is like a 20 nanometer scale. We want to know what's happening with the new alloying element when we add aluminum, when we add chromium, when we add manganese. So what's happening internally? What's stopping the corrosion, or what's propagating the corrosion? So we need to understand these microstructures and nanostructures. For example, in this paper, I was working on 10 nanometer cerium coating. So once there are some cobalt, like a metal coating is famous for the interconnects, but when we are trying with a cerium coating in addition to the metal coating, so that's just 10 nanometer. So we want to understand post and pre-corrosion phenomena with the microscopy knowledge, what we are getting from the samples. So to know how the corrosion process is occurring. So it's more or less kinetics. So we want to understand the whole phenomena behind it. So that's where the microscopy is coordinating with this one. This is going to be a solution to the interconnect corrosion issues in solid oxide fuel cell. So this is going to be giving an impact in the entrepreneurship or the business model. This is going to be it is going to create a big impact in the societal need in terms of environment, in terms of sustainable development goals. So that's maybe when we are sitting in a microscopy and doing some simple analysis over the samples, that doesn't mean that the research ends within the lab. So it's going beyond the thinking. It's going beyond the limit of thinking, right? So that's why I just wanted to show a few examples on that. So this is one of the, like another example where I was giving a good input towards the microscopy with an information derived from microscopy to the corrosion group, because there are new needle-like structures which arise over the corrosion region. So we want to understand why this type of structure is happening. What's happened? What will happen when it is fitted into the high temperature region of biomass industry or the high temperature region of solid oxide fuel cell? So we want to know what's happening behind that. So the microscopy gives good information on the knowledge of what's the phenomena developed behind the scene. Right. So this is another microscopy where we need to understand the phase changes after the corrosion. So we use EBSD, that's an electron backscatter diffraction technique. It's more or less an electron diffraction technique in TM where you have already witnessed. But this is a complementary technique in scanning electron microscope. So we want to understand each grain's phase transformation during the corrosion. So this is like an in-depth understanding on the grain orientation, on the grain corrosion effect or grain boundaries corrosion effect. So such things. So the phase transformation occurs finally. So all these can be derived using microscopy. All right. So let's go to sustainable development goals. So UN policy has framed nearly 17 sustainable development goals, one of which is environmental things. That's on the climate action. So we are working on different perspective, like renewable energy policies, one of the action, or transdisciplinary approaches and another action. So there are more input needed from the research community, more input needed from the academic community to develop a business model, to develop a sustainable development goals towards the entrepreneurship or towards the societal need. Right. So each one can take one responsibility in this world. We have a lot of things to do. Yes, we combine our education, we combine our research, we combine our societal human thinking towards future goal or towards a future of our generation, like future of next generation. Yeah, there are many things to do. Let's come close to the innovation what we need to create, or what are the things which is already in place in the world towards a sustainable solution on this scale. But why do we need renewable energy? Why do we need to think about the environmental action plan? Why do we need a climate action change plan? What's happening in this world? What's going on? Why there is an urgency on that? Let's see. So to fight climate change, the science must be mobilized like it was in World War II. Why it's so? Why such hurry, or why such an important things are placed or important things are in discussion? It's similar to World War II. We are in a world which is need to be mobilized as like in a world war. So our planet is our future. We need to develop a social innovation and an environmental policy. And the scientists or researchers or academicians have much role to play in this than the politicians, right? So fighting climate change together is our goal. Keep in mind, our planet is our future. Yeah, why it's so? The global energy consumption, for example, the data shows from 2000 to 2018, which have few data which shows the most consumption like part is from the coal, oil, and natural gases. And there are global emissions, that's the greenhouse gas emissions. Of course, there are different gases like carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. It also, not only to the energy industries, there are many waste disposal and treatment, land use and biomass burning, residential and commercial sources, fossil fuel retrieval processing, agriculture byproduct, transportation, industrial process. So all these have the global emission or the greenhouse gas emission. That's a carbon dioxide of 72% and methane of 18% and nitrous oxide of 9%. So we need to reduce such greenhouse gas emission. Why do we need to reduce? Why can't we use nuclear energy? So nuclear energy is one of the non-renewable sources. Because the uranium is used, it is gone. Okay. But we have another experience that on 3 Mile Island occurred in 1979 with 50,000 people evacuated and another 50,000 people fled out of the area, and damage cost around $1.2 billion. And there is another accident which happened in Chernobyl, that's in 1986. So that's a reactor explosion cost 3,576 deaths, and Greenpeace estimates maybe it's more than 32,000 deaths. About 4 lakh people were forced to leave their homes. Yeah. So 500,000 people exposed to dangerous levels of radioactivity. And very recently in Fukushima, after the tsunami, or like more or less a tsunami, that's occurred in 2011, just 10 years back. So this earthquake made a fire within the nuclear power plant. The disaster is unimaginable. So we need to think in another way. The world is started to close the nuclear reactors now. Of course, the US has more nuclear reactors, and it's closing its majority of its nuclear reactors. It's almost 35 now, and the UK, Germany, Japan, and France are going to close one by one in next consecutive years. So the world is changing towards another need of sources. So that's a renewable energy, right? So the renewable energy means is the biomass energy, solar energy, or geothermal, or wind energy, or hydropower energy. So there are some countries with policies and target. There are some countries without policies and no targets, and with policy and no targets. So with this is the situation in 2015. So then there is a big international coordinated agreement which came into force in 4th November 2016, but the Paris Climate Agreement was placed in 2015. So after the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement, all the countries agreed to keep warming well below 2 degrees centigrade before 2100, like 80 years from now. So each country can share the burden with finance, with a specialization, with a skill transfer, or the exchange programs, or share the climate-related losses. So there is going to be a review mechanism in next 4 years. That's in 2025, and the emission goals to be set towards 2050. So all the countries are agreed, including India, which participated in Paris Climate Agreement. So there are countries now pushing all the policymakers to change their policies to adopt the Paris Climate Agreement. Let's see, with this new pledge, there may be need for, of course, we need to work forcefully. As I told you in the beginning, it's like a World War II. But with the new pledges, there will be going to be 2.5 or 2.7 degrees Celsius in 2100. But we need to reduce the global warming towards plus 2 degrees Celsius. So still the policy is not or making the real effect what we need. But let's go step by step, at least before 2050, to reach the goal within the 2100. Right? So advancing net zero is a policy now the world is started to think. It's including the building, including the construction, including the roads, including all the energy consumption. So where it stands and what it follows when it comes to India. So we have totally a renewable energy target by 2022 with 5 gigawatt small hydro, 10 gigawatt biomass, and 40 gigawatt rooftop solar. Of course, 60 gigawatt wind and 60 gigawatt solar photovoltaic. So India's renewable energy policy, comparing 2016 and 2022, there was a good improvement. After, as a part of the Paris Climate Deal, India had committed 40% of its installed capacity to non-fossil fuel sources by 2030. So the India's power demand on another scale, it's increasing 6% per annum. So we need to compete these increasing demand and also the policy and also the new systematic development. So currently, renewable energy account for 20% of country's total installed capacity. So the Power Ministry had said it will overachieve target of adding 175 gigawatt capacity, aims to achieve 225 gigawatt by 2022. So this is the comparison of India's role with different energy providing sources. Heat and other direct uses is 59%, transport 5%, and power 36%. Of course, there are other things which I don't want to cover because of the time limit. So when you compare India and China, it's still we need to we are far ahead in certain terms and behind in certain terms. So that's a statistical comparison. So that doesn't mean who is superior or who is exterior. That doesn't make a sense. So it depends on the country's need and demand. We are installing certain things. So this is just some comparison on wind power and solar power. Okay, anyway. So we come to Europe. Just let me know if you have time, I can continue, or it depends on the time I just push up.
You can still continue, sir. We are not breaking for lunch. So you can go up to, say, another 10-15 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you. We the next speaker has joined in, so we'll immediately log into him.
Yeah, thank you then. Thank you. Okay, so I will just quickly go through European demand and need, which is 32% from transport and 28% from industry and 40% from buildings. So with this goal, there are new problems which is arriving in Europe in terms of Paris Climate Agreement. That's a Europe energy system remain urgent and daunting because of 55% of its energy, and it might reach 70% in the next 20 to 30 years. So in 2030, the Europe Union will be, that's the Europe Union, that means 28 countries. The Europe Union will be importing 84% of its gas, 59% of its coal, and 94% of its oil. With this framework, there are some policies which is given to each countries by the Europe Union Parliament. So each member state from Sweden to Luxembourg, that's the smallest country, can share all the targets and can share all the renewable or revise the renewable energy policies. Proud to say, Sweden is leading in this out of 28 countries because it has reached 2020 target by I think it's 2012, 8 years before. So other countries still struggling to reach the 2020 target. Anyway, with the share of renewable energy within the transport region, still the Sweden is going very high. Of course, the Norway is also doing good, but the Norway is not shown here because it's not in the Europe Union Parliament. The Norway is placed within the Europe continent, but not in the political or political entity within the Europe Union. So it's not shown, but still the Norway and Sweden is doing better in renewable energy source in transport. So the goal is to reach Europe in 2050 with 50% of electricity to come from renewables in 2030 to completely carbon-free electricity in 2050. So that's the goal. That's a green deal for Europe Union countries, which may make a green Europe in 2050 towards a sustainable green transition. Yes, I just go one by one with Nordic countries. There are like, if you see the map, it's almost 98% of energy from hydro when it comes for Norway. And there are some countries which have changed their policy towards the transportation utilization with use of hybrid plug-in on electric vehicles or battery-made vehicles. In Norway, it's very high ratios, and there are big industries like a ship industry started to use the different scale of fuels in terms of LNG, that's a liquefied natural gas as a marine fuel. That's 10,000 times actually the like with sulfur emission that are 10,000 times higher than diesel. That's a heavy fuel oil which is used in such ships and containers. So that's almost contributing 14% of global sulfur emission into the atmosphere. So with this liquefied natural gases, 25% reduction in carbon dioxide is occurring, and 90% of reduction in nitrogen oxide, and 100% reduction in sulfur. So the shipping industry started to think in this way. Okay, so as I told you, Sweden has reached its target in 2012 when compared to other countries which are still struggling to reach their target by 2020. Almost 50% of renewable energy sources comes from the biofuels. That's why, as I told you, we are working with 24 different companies which is using biomass industry and solid oxide fuel cell. We are working closely with the Swedish energy policy making. So that's why we are one of the important research groups in Sweden, because of the almost 50% of renewable energy now comes from biofuels. So we need to develop a sustainable goal for the companies even. So there are some auto registrations which comes from hybrids and electrical vehicles, which is getting improved when compared to Norway. And even the transportation, when it comes to like a greenhouse emissions, still it is 25% of emissions contributing to the global emission criteria. So even with a high-tech electric road system, that's a Swedish company called Elandroad, they are revolutionizing their electrical charging and showing the future of electric driving. By 2026, Elandroad believes that they will have a capacity to charge 20,700 electric vehicles, leading to carbon dioxide emission reduction of 1.53 million tons. So that's the development. That's a development from the transportation company, which is making a road with renewable energy power generation while driving. Okay, so we are talking about the renewable energy industries, but those industries are still using stainless steel. The stainless steel production itself is not fossil free, so it's a fossil made. So the new company, which is developed in Sweden with a policy making fossil free steel production, that's company called Hybrid. They are going to be in market, or expected to be in market, in 2026. So this would make it a first fossil free steel in the world. So there is another company that's called 4C Shipping Company. They are going to convert all their diesel vessel into battery driven ones, reducing a global emission of 65%. And there is another company which is now trying to make the battery power, that's a Stena Line. They're going to run Stena Line cruise or the ship through the battery driven power. Okay, so here I'm concluding. My take home message for you is there are global demand in terms of environmental perspective, in terms of climate change. So we are entering into a transdisciplinary world, transdisciplinary research. Think wherever you are, either it is in biological, either it is a metallurgical, or either it's physics or chemistry. Try to contribute something to the society. That's, again, our planet is our future, or our future is our planet. So completely you can take it in any sense, but our generation need to be saved. Think in that. Thank you for your listening.
Catherine?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you can just wind up. And since we have our next speaker also logged in, we can immediately go to Mr. Simon Burkett.
So we experience the transdisciplinary research focusing towards sustainability through on your fossil-free, artificial intelligence, use of renewable energy, and understanding socio-cultural nature of any society, climate change, and so on. We also observed certain views regarding this transdisciplinary research, sir. So we thank you wholeheartedly, sir. On behalf of HCIIC and TRIS 2021 band, we thank you, sir, for your wonderful input on transdisciplinary research. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much, Dr. Vijay, for joining in. That was an enlivening session, and I'm sure everybody benefited out of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for good invitation. Thank you. Thank you.
We now hand over the session to Dr. Bojan. Mr. Simon Burkett has already logged in. Dr. Simon? Yeah, he's there on dot. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us early. I hand over the session to now Dr. Bojan to moderate. Over to Bojan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of the management organizing committee of this conference and my own behalf, I welcome you all to the International Virtual Conference on Transdisciplinary Research and Innovation for Entrepreneurship and Sustainability, TRICE 2021. Key issues for a successful COP26: urgency, cities, finance, and intergenerational justice. This is the title for this session given by the speaker. Once I read this, some questions came in my mind. What is COP26? Why is COP26 so important? What will be decided in COP26? Who is organizing? What will be the outcome of COP26? what do global climate finance means, etc. So these queries will be cleared by Mr. Simon Birkett, the speaker of this session. Simon Birkett is an environmental campaigner. As founder and director of Clean Air in London, he has campaigned since 2006 for full compliance with World Health Organization guidelines for air quality throughout London and elsewhere. Between 2015 and March 2019, Simon was the air pollution stakeholder on the high level and intergovernmental stakeholder and advisory group for UNEP's 6th Global Environment Outlook. This was the United Nations most comprehensive report on the totality of the global environment since 2012. At a local level, Simon chairs the Knightsbridge Neighborhood Forum, which produced the first made neighborhood plan in central London in December 2018. So every one of the 40 policies in the Knightsbridge Neighborhood Plan aligns to one or more of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Before campaigning, Simon spent 21 years at HSBC in several roles, including laterally as group head of financial education in the corporate sustainability team. Simon has a Master of Science from London Business School and a first class honors degree in civil engineering from the University of Melbourne. With this brief introduction, now I invite Mr. Simon to take over the deliberation. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
Simon, your audio is not visible. Your audio is not audible. I'm sorry. I think you have to unmute your audio. Kindly unmute your audio. Unmute your audio. It's down. It's still not audible. Still not audible.
Hello?
Oh, yes.
You can hear me all right?
Yeah, yes, now it's audible.
Okay, sorry about that. I logged out,
Yeah.
came in again. I was trying to mute, but without any luck. So
Okay, no problem.
Thank
You could begin. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for your patience. And I have to say that was a really excellent presentation before mine. So I will cover bits of COP26, but I will try not to repeat parts of that really excellent presentation before mine. What I'd like to do, if I may start with a slide presentation, please. Can you show that? Thank you very much. So we go to the full slide. Thank you. That's absolutely perfect. Okay, thank you. Right, next slide, please. What I'd like to do is put the previous, or make some complementary comments to the previous speaker by really putting the air pollution in the wider sense in a broader context. So this slide here about air pollution then and now is my segue, I guess, to really talk about how our understanding of the air has changed. This is focusing this presentation initially on the air quality aspects, which we're very familiar with in Europe, but I'm sure you're familiar with in India. And then it will talk briefly about indoor air pollution, and then talk about climate and how we really pull the two things together, outdoor and climate, and of course indoor as part of that. So in 1952, you'll have seen pictures of the Great Smog of London, where they had policemen walking in front of buses with lights to stop buses running into people, because the bus drivers literally couldn't see in front of them because of the combination of smoke and fog over London for several days. And that episode of air pollution is estimated to have caused at least 4,000 deaths. And it was easy to calculate because the scientists could measure the air pollution had gone up one day, and then 2 days later they were literally able to count the coffins. And so it was very easy to do what they then called a time series study, which is just look at the impact of air pollution a couple of days later. At that time, the sort of perceived wisdom was that really we were looking for respiratory effects from short-term exposure to very visible air pollution from coal and wood burning. But it wasn't until about 1995, so really a very long time later, that some very clever scientists in the States did something called the 6 Cities study, and they looked at air pollution across levels across 6 cities, and they found that when they eliminated about 40 possible variables, such as alcoholism, obesity, smoking, many factors like that, that they found there was one factor left which explained a very clear difference between the death rates in those different cities. And there was a steel city called Steubenville where many people were found to be dying early because of the levels of fine particles. Next slide, please. This just gives a picture of our understanding of air pollution today. It's very much a picture of a sort of a daily episode, a short-term picture of air pollution. It's not the long-term picture, which is averaged across the year. It does give a sense of how air pollution varies around the world. And you can see it's much worse in China, certainly parts of India, certainly parts of the States, certainly parts of Europe. Next slide, please. Now, this is really how I got going campaigning 15 years ago about air pollution. So as I mentioned, my main message here is that we need to think about the air as one thing, not just dealing with climate or air quality. We need to address both of these problems together. And in a sense, the people I see setting climate change targets for 2030 and 2050 are like a general behind the front lines in the First World War in France, sitting in a comfortable chateau, drawing a line, sweeping line to invade through France or Germany, depending on which side of the battle lines they were on. But it was really in that top left box, that to me is really where the trenches are. That is where air pollution, whether it's London or Delhi or Bombay, Mumbai, you know, these great mega cities, in these places, air pollution is well over World Health Organization guidelines, in many cases legal limits. And what that means is that we are battling every day to tackle this problem. If we cannot tackle this problem in the trenches, in the cities, where legal limits are being breached every day, then what hope have we got to tackle the climate change problems? But conversely, if we can mobilize political leadership, technology, and lifestyle change, which I'll explain later, in that top left box, tackle air pollution day to day where we live, we can actually show the world how to achieve our wider objectives in climate change and sustainability. So next slide, please. And I think this is where COP26 really comes into its own, because the issues that we're talking about ultimately touch on air pollution, cities, health, and justice. That's how people understand these important issues. Next slide, please. What is air pollution? I think it's important that we distinguish between greenhouse gases and particles and local air pollutants. And the particles are regulated as a lump for health and legal purposes. But the gases, it really tends to be individual gases like nitrogen dioxide, which get all the attention. Next slide, please. The World Health Organization published air quality guidelines in 2006 that were prepared in 2005. And what we have seen since is very important legal cases. There was an inquest at the end of last year, a prevention of future deaths report earlier this year, which found that for the very first time, you'll have heard of this little girl, Ella Roberta Adu Kissi Deborah, and it was found that air pollution had significantly caused and significantly contributed to her death. And so she was the first person to actually have air pollution put on her death certificate. And why is that important? It's because normally air pollution is, the impacts of it are calculated through powerful statistical methods. But this was actually very much scientists looking at individual cells in her body and seeing how she had reacted to air pollution over many years. Now, last week we had a very exciting news on Wednesday, which was the publication of the new World Health Organization air quality guidelines, and I'll talk about those in a moment. Next slide, please. Now, why are these important? Well, they are the first update of the World Health Organization's air quality guidelines since 2005. That's a very long period, and in that time there's been a massive amount of scientific research. And what that research has found is, you know, the more that scientists look, the more they have found. So the evidence really is overwhelming about the effects of air pollution in that top left box, you know, the cities where you and I live and our families live. Now you can see here that the World Health Organization recommended last week that the level for these fine particles, the annual level, you know, the level that was determined in 1995 to be the biggest environmental cause of death, they've recommended halving that guideline from 10 to 5. But they've also, for example, on nitrogen dioxide, which is the other one which has really surprised people, is slashing that guideline from 40 as an annual level down to 10. Now, what that really means is that we need to get rid of combustion sources of pollution in cities. And while that would look daunting, because in London even at the moment, we have air pollution, at the 30, 40, 50 level. To put it in context, when the 2005 guidelines were set, air pollution in some London streets was around 160. So we had to come down by 3/4 from where those guidelines were set. That's a similar picture now. It's a tough picture, but we have done it over the last 15 years. And I think it's obviously extremely important that we do protect public health. But by doing this, by tackling air quality, which people understand because they can see the effects day in, day out, it really is a very good way to